Seeing that we have a quorum, I will call to order this regular session of the Bloomington Common Council for Wednesday, April 3rd, 2024. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Flaherty.
Here.
Zulik.
Here.
Rallo.
Here.
Ruff.
Here.
Piedmont Smith.
Here.
Stossberg.
Here.
Asari.
Here.
Rosenbarger.
Here.
Daly.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will proceed with our land and labor acknowledgement. We recognize that the city of Bloomington sits on native land. The city, as well as city administrative buildings, are on the traditional homelands of the Miami, Delaware, Potawatomi, and Shawnee people, and we acknowledge they are past, present, and future caretakers of this land. We also acknowledge that much of the economic progress and development in Indiana, including in Bloomington, resulted from the unpaid labor and forced servitude of people of color, specifically enslaved African labor. We acknowledge that this land remains home to and a site of gathering and healing for many indigenous and other people of color, and commit to the work necessary to create and promote a more equitable and just Bloomington. We move forward knowing and acknowledging our rich, complicated, and sometimes painful past so that we can learn from it and create a true land of opportunity. Next, I will summarize our agenda for the evening. We have approval of minutes. Then we will move on to reports. First, reports from council members. Then any reports from the mayor and city offices. Then any reports that we may have from council committees. And then reports from the public, which is the first opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are not on the agenda this evening. Next, we will move on to appointments to boards and commissions, and then legislation for second readings and resolutions. Resolution 2024-07, establishing the goal of reducing traffic deaths and serious injuries on the city's roadways to zero in the city by the year 2039. Next, we have Resolution 2024-05, a resolution authorizing the 2024 outdoor dining program in the downtown corridor. And then we have Resolution 2024-08, a resolution calling for a cessation of hostilities and for delivery of humanitarian aid to civilians in Gaza. Then we will move on to legislation for first readings, where we have Ordinance 2024-03, Ordinance 2024-04, 05, and 06, and these are all regarding amendments to Title 20 of Bloomington Municipal Code, the Unified Development Ordinance. Then we will move on to a second period of public comment on items that are not on the agenda. And we will discuss any relevant items related to the council schedule, and then we will adjourn.
I move that the council amend the normal order of business by taking up legislation for first readings before legislation for second readings.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that the agenda be amended to do first readings before second readings. Is there any comment? Questions? If not, we can just do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. 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 Any opposed? All right, so the agenda is amended so that we will do, after boards and commissions, we will move to first readings and then do second readings. All right, so we move to approval of minutes.
All right, I move that the council suspend the rules and consider the minutes listed here for approval this evening in the ordinary course of business. There's 4 sets of minutes from 2023, or 2003, sorry.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to consider these minutes. We have to have a separate motion to approve these, or to consider approval, because they predate our city council term by quite a lot. So all in favor of that motion, say aye. 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 Any opposed? Thank you.
I move that the minutes from February 19th, 2003, March 5th, 2003, March 26th, 2003, and April 16th, 2003 be approved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that those 4 sets of minutes from 2003 be approved. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any abstentions? Any noes? Clerk Bolden, yes.
actually catch who seconded that motion?
Sorry, my microphone's on. It's on.
Thank you.
Thank you. So those minutes have been approved. Next, we will move to reports from council members. And I will start on my right. Councilmember Flaherty, do you have a report this evening?
No report this evening, thank you.
Councilmember Zulik?
Yeah, I just want to speak a little bit about some concerning comments that I heard last week about equating being Jewish with being Israeli and people who are not Jewish making comments about what is and isn't anti-Jewish. I think comments like these make it less safe to be Jewish in Bloomington, regardless of whether or not you are in favor of a ceasefire resolution. As we have seen in the past few weeks, members of the Jewish community have vastly different opinions on Israel. In a similar strain of thought, I'm sure that there were comments that were equally damaging to Palestinian and Muslim communities here in Bloomington. Although I am much less qualified to speak on that, admittedly. Therefore, in favor of upholding our values as a city that welcomes everyone, I am respectfully requesting that anyone who chooses to speak on this issue be careful that in addressing an international conflict, you don't do more damage than has already been done to the vibrant communities that reside here in Bloomington. I will be sharing a much more comprehensive outline of my thoughts on the specific resolution that we'll be hearing tonight when that section of council comment arises on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Zulik. Councilmember Rallo, do you have a report?
I have no report, thanks.
Councilmember Ruff?
No report, thank you.
On my other side, Councilmember Daley.
Yes, I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm going to be holding my next constituent meeting on Thursday, April 25th, at the Downtown Public Library in room 214. It will also be available on Zoom for anybody who can't make it in person, and so you'll be able to get that link. I believe on the city website we'll have the link available. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Hi, yes, I have a report. I would just want to read a little bit, just some paragraphs from a journal entry from the National Education Policy Center. This is about the potential for land use and housing reform to address school segregation and educational opportunities. So it's a really long piece. This one is 26 pages, but here we go. This is just, like I said, I just want to read a few paragraphs that I've highlighted to talk about this because I think it is something that we need to be talking more about on City Council and working with educators and families around land use and zoning policies. So this policy brief attempts to break down the silos separating land use and zoning policies from school segregation discussions and interventions. Drawing on multiple bodies of literature, it explores what we know about the potential of housing and land use policy reform to address school segregation and why doing so matters. The research reviewed here illuminates the close historical and legal relationship between school and housing segregation and the clear links between land use policy and school and housing segregation. Studies also show that where land use or housing reforms have enabled greater access to less segregated schools, historically marginalized students' outcomes have improved. Although the reforms and, by extension, the research are somewhat limited, it suggests that land use and housing policy have the potential to more broadly reduce school segregation and improve student outcomes. A little more. I mean, I am just skipping around here, but it is a really good article. In short, exclusionary land use policies facilitate the sorting of families of different racial, ethnic, and economic backgrounds into separate school districts. Those separate districts come with separate local tax bases, providing the bulk of education funding. When municipalities make it difficult to build anything other than large, single-family homes, the price of those homes increases. Homes attached to higher-performing schools and districts also cost more than homes attached to lower-performing ones. The high cost of homes in well-resourced, higher-performing school districts then makes it very difficult for low-wealth families to gain access. That's all we'll read for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosenbarger. Councilmember Asare.
Thank you so much. I just have a very quick update. I held a joint constituent meeting with Councilwoman Jennifer Crossley at the county on March 30th. And one of the things that came up at the meeting was that we often hold constituent meetings and then don't tell people what we talked about. And I believe one of the attendees said that if I did not tell you what we talked about, that they themselves would take public comment and do so. So I thought I should make sure to do that as to assuage the threat. But we started this idea of doing joint county city meetings because during election season, everybody says that they want the county and the city to work better together and that you want sort of all of your government to be more responsive to you. And we all have different levers that we can pull. And so Councilmember Crossley and I thought that we sort of, could innovate in that way, and hopefully many of my colleagues will join either with others or with us in the future. We gave general updates on the work that we've been doing, and then actually spent most of our time talking about two ideas. One was the need to increase direct funding to social service agencies in Bloomington through the Jack Hopkins board and also the Sophia Travis, I don't know what it's called, commission or something, Sophia Travis thing that the county has. There was widespread support with the idea that we tax local community organizations quite heavily and making them apply for ultimately very small amounts of funding. And so we both talked about with the constituents about how we might increase those funds, and I shared that many here, starting with Councilmember Rallo, have been in strong support of increasing those funds for a long time. And then we spent a good amount of time speaking about budgeting. And I know soon, hopefully, we'll be introducing some resolution to help start the conversation of how we might reshape the budgeting process that I've been working on with Councilmember Zulik and Councilmember Rosenbarger. But we spoke a lot about how we feel like it's important to start our budgeting conversations with goals rather than programmatic silos and et cetera. So it was a very vibrant, good conversation, but I would like to invite anybody else who'd like to be coming to these constituent meetings. We'll be holding them on the fourth Saturday of every month, and so our next one is at the end of April, and it's in the library in room 2A. Everyone is welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stossberg?
Thank you. I do have a little something that I want to say, and like Councilmember Zulik, it has to do with public comment from last week. I really, so I've been thinking all week about how exactly to say this, and I did not come up with a great script for it. I was really disappointed last week by public comment because I just did not find it very respectful. There was at least one member who got audible boos during public comment. And I can appreciate that the ceasefire resolution and the concept of this war in the Middle East brings up a lot of feelings for people. People feel very strongly about it. And I can appreciate that there's going to be a lot of disagreement about those feelings, and I just want us to all remember to be respectful of each other. And it takes a lot of courage to stand up at the podium and say what you think, which is ultimately an opinion, okay? It is putting yourself out there in a very vulnerable way, and especially somebody who wants to say something that might be against the majority of people in the room. Like, that should get like double respect for standing up there and saying something that they know they're surrounded by people who think something different. And as Councilmember Zulik said, we need to think about the words that get spoken in public comment, but we also need to think about how we as observers are gonna accept those words. And so please remember to not let sound escape from your body as much as is possible, and not use your body to make sounds, and that includes clapping and snapping, honestly, because there was another point where I was very interested in something that somebody was saying, and there were snaps that were so loud that I could not hear the speaker. And you might think it's being respectful to say, like, I really agree with this person, like, let's double what they're saying. But if I can't hear what they're saying, if we can't hear what they're saying, if other people in the crowd can't hear what they're saying, it's not ultimately respecting this vision that you might be agreeing with. So I beg of you to please be respectful during public comment and allow whoever is at that podium to take their full 2 or 3 or however many minutes of time and get out what they want to say without input from everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just report briefly from a neighborhood association meeting for the Broadview neighborhood that I attended on Monday. It's the second one I've attended this year, where the main concern of all the neighbors present was the encampments of unhoused people on the private property near Switchyard Park. And some of the things I heard that some of the folks in the encampments and people have noticed that these are definitely folks walking from the encampments to the neighborhood, have been stealing things off of porches, have been having, verbally violent arguments with each other, have been quite aggressive in their interactions with the neighbors. And also have dogs that are quite aggressive. And there is a lot of concern among the neighbors. And I also find the neighbors in this area are very compassionate people. These are people that, a year ago when I was campaigning there, the problems were not as big. And what many of them told me is that they want to help the unhoused community. They want the city to help folks who don't have housing. And so I think there's a lot of compassion for the unhoused neighbors in this community, but it is getting to a point where people are scared and people are frustrated and people want the city to do more. And I can understand that. People are afraid to let their kids play in the neighborhood because of folks that are camping nearby. So I just wanted to amplify that voice, and I know I've been talking with the mayor about what to do about those encampments, and I think there will be some action on this in the coming weeks. At the same time, the people who are camping near Switchyard Park will have to go somewhere. So that's another aspect of this. So I just wanted to report from that, and now we can move on to the next part of our agenda, which is reports from the mayor and city offices, but I believe we don't have any scheduled for today. I'm not seeing anybody in that corner. Then do we have any reports from council committees this evening? All right, I don't see any of those either. So we will move to our first period of public comment. And once again, this is for items that are not on the agenda tonight. So if you're here to speak about the Gaza resolution, that will come later in the meeting. So can I see a show of hands of people who would like to speak on items not on the agenda? Okay, so I only see 1 or 2. All right, 3. Okay. Mr. Lucas, if you could make the announcement for anybody we have participating via Zoom, and then we can get a sense of how many people we have on Zoom.
Yes, there are folks on Zoom who would like to speak during this general opportunity for public comment. Please raise your hand to let us know. You can find the raise hand feature in your control bar by clicking on the reactions button or the more button. You can also send a chat to the meeting host to let us know you'd like to speak. I see four hands raised at the moment. Again, I'll remind folks, if you'd like to speak to Resolution 2024-08, there will be another opportunity for comment on that item later in the meeting.
All right, so we have 4 hands raised in Zoom? Is that right? Okay, and I saw 3 here. Can I see hands again in chambers, people who want to talk to things that are not on the agenda, just to double check here? Right, that comes later. All right, so we only have 1 in chambers. So I think we can, we have 2, okay. All right, well, why don't we do 4 minutes each? So if you could come to the podium, and please do remember to write your name clearly on the sign-up sheet, and then you'll have up to 4 minutes. So go ahead, sir.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Could you please give your name for the record?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
I woke up to a real treat this morning. Went to my convenience store. I don't get the Herald Times or whatever that newspaper is, or Indiana Daily Student. I use that for my bird cage. But, you know, I was really stoked, man. Mayor vetoes your resolution. Yes. You've been vetoed. You know what the word no means? No. The mayor doesn't support it. She's going to veto it. Israel needs to defend herself totally without any ceasefire at all.
Excuse
No.
me, sir, this is public comment on items that are not on the agenda. So what you
Well,
just
this
mentioned
is my
is on the agenda.
This is my agenda.
Well, you can speak to it later,
Well, I thought I could speak about anything.
not things that are on the agenda. The Gaza resolution is on our agenda.
Well, anyway, you've been vetoed. Okay? You've been vetoed. It's my agenda. I may not be here for your other agenda thing, but you know, you've been vetoed. Boo. Okay? But you know, it's nice to get vetoed like that, man. I love it. You don't always get what you want. Here's from one of my heroes, John Wayne, why I love her.
You ask me why I love her? Well, give me time. I'll explain. You seen a Kansas sunset or an Arizona rain? Have you drifted on a bayou down Louisiana way?
What happened?
You watched the cold fog drifting
Okay, here we go. Oh man, come on.
San Francisco Bay. Have you heard of Bob White calling in the Carolina pines, or heard the bellow of a diesel at the Appalachia mines? Does the call of the Niagara thrill you when you hear her waters roar? You look with awe and wonder at her Massachusetts shore, where men who braved a hard new world first stepped on Plymouth's rock. Do you think of them when you stroll along a New York City dock? Have you seen a snowflake drifting in the Rockies way up high? Have you seen the sun come blazing down from a bright Nevada sky? You hail to the Columbia as she rushes to the sea, or how you're headed Gettysburg, our struggle to be free? Have you seen the mighty Tetons? You watched an eagle soar? Have you seen the Mississippi roll along Missouri's shore? Have you felt a chill at Michigan when on a winter's day her waters rage along the shore in thunderous display? Does the word aloha make you warm? Do you stare in disbelief when you see the surf come roaring in at Waimea Reef? From Alaska's cold to the Everglades, from the Rio Grande to Maine, my heart cries out. My pulse runs fast with the might of her domain. You ask me why I love her? I have a million reasons why.
Sir, that is the end of your
Beautiful
time. Please step away from the podium.
Wide, wide sky.
Sir, that is the end of your time. I will ask you once again to step away. Sergeant at Arms, could you please remove this individual from the podium?
No ceasefire.
No applause, please, please. Let's move on to the next speaker. You will have up to 4 minutes.
Hi, my name is Luke Summers. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Bloomington, and I'd just like to push back on some of the narratives that I've heard regarding the rules and policies of this chamber. I'd like to state that it is our moral obligation as citizens, as humans, to push back on racist rhetoric. It is our moral obligation to boo when racists speak. It is our moral obligation to refuse to listen to racists and to refuse to platform racists. If a man walked into this chamber wearing a Klan hood and a Nazi armband around his arm, we would say no. We would not let him speak. We would boo him. So why is it that when that same man walks in plain clothes and expresses those same beliefs, we're expected to sit here in silence and listen? We must boo when racists speak. We must not allow racist rhetoric to seep into our dialogue. Any time a racist speaks, especially within a chamber like this, within an electoral chamber, we must reject it. We must reject every single instance of racism. And so that's why when a racist comes up here to speak, I will boo. I will say no. I will tell you to not listen to racists, because that is our moral obligation as decent human beings. Thank you.
All right, let us go to Zoom. Mr. Lucas, do we have somebody on Zoom who would like to speak?
Yes, first is Jim Atkinson.
And I just wanted to remind you, Mr. Atkinson, we are not addressing the Gaza resolution at this time, just items that are not on the agenda.
I got it. This is just public comment, not on the agenda, and that's great. For one, I'd like to address the man that came up just a moment ago with the mask on. That freedom of speech protects people to have ideas that you don't agree with. So trying to shut them down is, you call them fascists, but you're acting like the so-called fascists that you so-called hate. And that's what's funny about Antifa, is that they're really the real fascists and aggressives in our community and a cancer to our society. I have a speech here that I want to read. I'd like to make the statement that I don't condone any violence against anyone for the color of their skin, their faith, or nationality. I hope that every group can enjoy the right to live in a world free from violence. Every group has its strengths and weaknesses and should be proud to and to be unique in their own way. Asians, Hispanics, blacks, and whites all have a culture, while different, are equally valid. A great quote here I wanted to read is, pride in one's own race, and that does not imply contempt for other races, is also a normal and healthy sentiment. I want to talk about the rise in violence against white people. It's not as hidden as it once was, and we're all seeing a spike in terror against people for the simple fact that they are white. I can't stay quiet any longer. Every day I scroll through X and YouTube to see countless videos of whites being stabbed, shot, and beaten by hordes of non-whites. I read news articles describing sexual assaults against our women and children. I read about stabbings in subways. I see videos of innocent white people being murdered day after day after day, and it has to end. I want things to peacefully be settled. It's not just happening occasionally, it's happening every day in our country. Just think about how white people feel seeing our people being abused, but we're called Nazis for demanding for it to end. I'll take the label of Nazi if it means I love my people enough to stand against the genocide being perpetrated against us. For years we've stayed quiet, letting the blood of our people be spilt without any opposition, but it must end now. We need an organization for whites to unite under, to defend our people and our future. One place you can learn more is gtvflyers.com, and watch Defiant by Devon Stack and Europa: The Last Battle at gtvflyers.com. I want to tell the story of Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom of Knoxville, Tennessee. They were a happy white couple in their early 20s. They were murdered on January 6, 2007. The horror started when they were carjacked and taken to a rental house. Both were raped, tortured, and ultimately murdered. Shannon died hours after a sexual torture. She sustained a severe head injury and had bleach poured down her throat and had her body scrubbed to remove DNA evidence. Christopher was raped by a minute of one of the perpetrators. He was then taken to a set of railroad tracks where he was forced to walk barefoot to a location where he was murdered. He was blindfolded with a bandana and gagged with a sock. He wore only shirt and underwear. After his murder, the kidnappers set Christopher's body on fire. The criminals were, you guess it, 4 black men and a black female. Diversity means fewer white people. Inclusion means excluding white people. And equity means stealing from white people. Why do we have DIE programs when the Supreme Court has ruled that the practices of favoring people over race is illegal discrimination? Why do non-whites get special housing programs? Why can non-whites get social safety nets, but we get scraps? Is it a privilege to foot the bill to import those that hate our very existence? Is it a privilege for our children to be groomed? Is it a privilege to be murdered in our own homes? We talk about progress in a diversified society, but is it progress to let 2 mentally ill men get married? Or for a woman to kill her unborn baby? Is it progress for a white woman to be a single mother for life with multiple mud babies of different imprisoned black fathers? I don't think this is progress. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker, Kieran Chambers, go ahead.
Good evening, Madam President, council members, Clerk Bolden, distinguished staff. This is Christopher Energy from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I think my public comments will hopefully add a little bit of levity. I was going to speak last week. I'm sure you're aware of it. The meeting ran rather long, so I'm coming to the mic early instead of late. I will say it's nice to be here during Safety Week. I thoroughly enjoyed the event at City Hall last night. I was able to provide some invaluable input to make the residents here safer and enjoy a fine carne asada taco. Today, the Chamber hosted our first Business of Local Government luncheon, and we appreciate Mayor Thompson for taking the time out of her busy schedule to join the business community. This was a wonderful opportunity to gain some candid insights directly from the mayor. A special kudos to both the Convention Center for hosting and council members Piedmont, Smith, Zulik, and Ruff for attending today. We are pleased to see 15 elected officials at today's luncheon. Coming up next on the Chamber docket on Tuesday, April 16th, please join us for Elect Connect, where we will be holding a community-wide free candidate forum. This is a meetup at Upland Brewery Company's Wood Shop from 5 to 7 o'clock. The event will give you a chance to hear from candidates on the primary ballot in contested races. Unlike other forums, this is an opportunity to mingle, network with both candidates and hopefully some of the fine elected officials here today. It'll all be in a relaxed atmosphere, enjoying complimentary hors d'oeuvres and a cash bar. The council should receive a formal invite from the chamber here in the coming days. Finally, we have the work session looming on Friday to examine a project that has been in design since 2017. This is when the county council, your colleagues over at the courthouse, passed the 1% increase in the food and beverage tax for the specific purpose of the renovation and expansion of the Monroe Convention Center. My thanks to this body for approving the interlocal agreement that spells out the relationship between the city government, the county government, and the Capital Improvements Board, as you know as the CIB. Recently, the Food and Beverage Advisory Commission met and made a recommendation for that $250,000 expenditure of the food and beverage tax revenue to support the CIB's 2024 budget. These funds have already been approved by the City Council in your 2024 budget. The point I'm sort of making is we are far along in this process. State oversight has put our actions under a microscope. If the requirements they laid out are not met, the legislature could end our ability to impose this tax. You know, when I started at the chamber almost 7 years ago, I was not in support of the convention center expansion. I had written a well-received paper in grad school on this topic using some of the same data I've heard in this room from opponents on the expansion. Looking at the data, seeing the conditions of our present facility, and attending an average of 13 community events at the convention center, my opinion has changed. This kind of goes to the exceptionalism that is our city. People want to travel here. I welcome further conversations from the council on this topic, and I always thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, do we have more commenters on Zoom?
Yes, next on Zoom is Jamie.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Scholl. I'm hoping to bring a little bit more lightness to the conversation. I want to say that I was somewhat more impressed last week with the meeting because we have a number of factions in last week's meeting, and I'm not there, so I don't see who is there today, of opinions that are very hot and very passionate with a lot of feeling on both sides, numerous sides maybe, but mostly two. And from my perspective, it was successful because people were able to speak and there was no violence. No one was injured. I saw that this was possibly reflective of what the founding fathers, who did not agree and had shouting matches and things like that on issues they were very passionate about. And they did not shoot one another. They did not harm one another. I don't know if there's any kind of name calling. However, I considered that a success of our democratic republic. That's one point I wanted to say. The next is more local and something I did speak about last week. And I would ask both the council and the mayor and anyone in that's related to this to evaluate the Greenways program. I spent some time this afternoon and drove through the Allen Street Greenway, which is what I was told since I didn't know about the meeting for my neighborhood about this greenway that's going past my house. If this is to calm traffic, if that is the goal, there is no traffic to calm on my street. I have more bicyclists, dog walkers, children being pushed in strollers than any automobile. I have bicyclists of my neighbors in Arden Place coming by my house. It's because the structure of the streets and how it is more narrow. It's about 10 feet narrower. So how to put these things in place and the reason for it, what is, if it's traffic calming, that's not what needs to be calmed. It's hillside. Trying to cross hillside is extremely dangerous, especially during, like rush hours that we would consider rush hours. And you can be waiting on Olive quite some time. And if it's raining or really cold, that's not a great place to wait. And that street there is single lane. So people know to pull over to the side and know how to interact with one another there. It's a natural calming for that area. I would really like to not have $900,000 spent on something that is unneeded. And so the entire program that was started in the previous administration, I would like to have reevaluated, because I even found out that my neighbor down the hill right next to me was never notified. And neither was another neighbor that I meet up with and see when she's walking her dog. So please look at reevaluating this entire program to see if it's actually worthy of spending that much money when there are so many other things in the city that requires funding. Thank you for your time and good luck with the rest of the evening.
Mr. Lucas, do we have anybody else on Zoom?
Yes, next on Zoom is Jim Conley.
Good evening, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask the council to consider drafting a resolution dedicating June 8th as a day to honor the USS Liberty. On June 8th, 1967, Israeli forces tried to sink a U.S. Navy ship called the USS Liberty, which killed 34 of our American servicemen and wounded 174. The Liberty crew was one of the most decorated in U.S. naval history. It's been swept under the rug, and I think our brave servicemen deserve at least a day honoring the ones that gave their lives on this ship. And you need details on that. There's a website dedicated and a nice documentary that includes interviews from the survivors at justiceforliberty.org. And the next subject I wanted to talk about is diversity, equity, inclusion. DEI stands for didn't earn it. And white people are sick and tired of fringe minorities getting preferential treatment. It's reverse discrimination, and we're sick and tired of it. The Supreme Court ruled it was illegal, and we're done. It's over. People need to stop pushing that crap. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Mr. Lucas, do we have anybody else on Zoom?
Yes, still 4 additional hands raised at the moment. Next is Chris Moore.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Chris. I am a student here at Indiana University, and I also work alongside with many community leader members through Indianapolis, through all the way through Northwest Indianapolis, Northwest of Indiana. I've worked for a member of Congress a year ago. So I have a lot of experience working within the government and talking about DEI programs. I guess maybe for the people who I guess have an opposition against DEI programs in general, I guess maybe this could be something that the council can actually speak upon more. However, DEI programs are not programs that are meant to make anybody feel guilty about any of the things that are going on. I think that's a huge misconception that people have continuously tried to push throughout history. However, it is about people like myself and other people of color actually having their history being explained out through further detail and actually being spoke about the true parts of history rather than what other people have decided to hide behind history. If we decide to actually speak about what's actually going on, we would actually talk about the real things that are happening with Palestine and Gaza and many different parts of the world that actually truly happen within the world that get covered up by our own government, by our own systems, because we cannot acknowledge any of the pain that other people actually go through because we profit off of people's pains. We profit off of the death of millions of people. We profit off the deaths of our own American citizens. We profit off the fact that our citizens can barely get food on our tables. There's people, I believe, and we can go back into addressing this in the city of Bloomington, how there's a massive amount of population of homelessness within in the city here. I suggest if the city and any other people, if you are actually committed to actually working on bettering the future of Bloomington and beyond in the Hoosier way, I suggest you actually start doing the work and working with community members like myself and young members of the community who are actually here to build community with you instead of trying to divide us. That's all I have to say. Thank you for having me.
All right, Mr. Lucas, do we have additional people on Zoom?
Yes, next is Ethan Forscon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to start out with a quote from our current president. Whites will be an absolute minority in America, and that's the source of our strength. How is that the source of our strength when during our strongest times in our nation's history, this country was majority white? Now white people are almost below 60% of the American population, and Europeans only make up 8% of the world population. Why are other races called minorities when in all actuality, whites are the global minority and fastly declining? There are 32 NGOs that are promoting mass immigration and helping bring illegal immigrants across our southern border. And all these 32 NGOs are all Jewish There's a comment from Barbara Lerner Spector. She's the founder of the European Institute for Jewish Studies in Sweden. Her words were, "Europe is not going to be the monolithic society they once were in the last century, and Jews are going to be at the center of that. They are now going into multicultural mode, and Jews will be resented because of our leading role." Emanuel Seller, who helped found the Hart-Celler Act in 1965, one of his quotes were, "It is the purpose of the majority of the Immigration Committee to encourage assimilation, yet this bill has already done more than anything I know of to bring about discord among our resident aliens. I had fought against the unjust restriction of immigration." Bill Kristol, founder of the Project for the New American Century, his quote was, "If things are so bad as you say with the white working class, don't you want to get new Americans in? You need people who are poor from other parts of the country, who want to get wealthy, who want to get rich, who want to move ahead in life in order to keep the country moving, because the white majority gets fat, dumb, happy, and lazy." So white people are getting sick of being replaced in our own country that our ancestors fought, died, and bled for throughout all these Jewish wars that have happened in our past, and we're sick of it. That's all I got to say. White power, hail Hitler.
All right, we are at the end of our public comment period because we only had 20 minutes, and I, counted how many hands were raised at the time, and so we have now concluded the open public comment period for now. We will have another open public comment period at the end of the meeting, but we have a lot to do before then. So let us move on to appointments to boards and commissions. Do my colleagues have any appointments to bring forward tonight? I know we have some. There was a memo in the packet.
I have an appointment to make for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Committee.
Yes, you could do all of the recommendations from Interview Committee Team B, if you like, and we can vote on those together.
I'm sorry, I need a moment.
Okay, I suppose it's okay if the chair makes the motion? Okay. All right, I will make a motion for the following appointments and reappointments. For the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Commission, to appoint Drew Yeager to seat C3. For the Environmental Commission, to appoint Gabby Robles to seat C1, Adam Martinez to seat C5, and Nadia Kane to seat C6. For the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Birthday Celebration Commission, to appoint Anaya Fountain for seat C1. For the Traffic Commission, to reappoint Sarah Reiterband to seat C3, and to reappoint Ryan Shade to seat C6. And for the Commission on the Status of Women, to appoint Shayla George to seat C2. And it needs a second.
Second.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on those nominations? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we thank the clerk's office for their assistance with these appointments, and we thank the individuals for their service. I think there was something from Team C, is that right? Go ahead. What, do I need to make this motion too? I'm not on Team C.
Well, I think I could clarify. We did have an appointment, but it didn't appear in the packet. And so, according to protocol, it should be advertised to the public and to the council. So we will wait until our next opportunity.
The Parking Commission appointment is in the packet.
Is it?
There were 2 appointees, I believe. Yes, Councilmember Flaherty?
There's actually a removal that needs to be made too. There was a parking commission meeting last week. I am our designated the parking commission. we had a discussion. There's someone who's been unable to attend. Some of the seats in the parking commission have a narrower scope, like merchant seats and that sort of thing. So there's some method to where we need to appoint people to which seats. And so it would be cleaner to make the removal and then make this appointment than what we had initially anticipated doing. And I don't think we're ready to make that removal at this meeting. But I think we can accomplish both prior to the next Parking Commission meeting.
All right, so there's nothing from Team C as far as recommendations. All right, well, if there are no further recommendations in regard to board and commissions, we can move on to legislation for first reading.
I move that ordinance 2024-03 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2024-03 to amend Title 20, Unified Development Ordinance of the Bloomington Municipal Code regarding technical corrections set forth in BMC 20. The synopsis is as follows. This petition contains corrections or clarifications in the UDO, including reference corrections, removal of unnecessary wording, correcting for duties of the engineering department, and syncing references across the UDO. There are 46 amendments identified, some appearing multiple times in the code.
Thank you.
I move that ordinance 2024-04 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that ordinance 2024-04 be read. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2024-04 to amend Title 20 Unified Development Ordinance of the Bloomington Municipal Code regarding amendments and updates set forth in Bloomington Municipal Code 20 Table of Contents and 20.04. The synopsis is as follows. This petition contains amendments to the Table of Contents in Chapter 4 related to development standards. There are 55 amendments identified.
Thank you.
I move that ordinance 2024-05 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2024-05 to amend Title 20 Unified Development Ordinance of the Bloomington Municipal Code regarding amendments and updates set forth in Bloomington Municipal Code 20.02, 20.03, 20.05, and 20.07. The synopsis is as follows. This petition contains amendments in Chapters 2, 3, 5, and 7 related to requirements of the UDO. There are 23 amendments identified.
Thank you.
I move that ordinance 2024-06 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that ordinance 2024-06 be read. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2024-06 to amend Title 20 Unified Development Ordinance of the Bloomington Municipal Code regarding amendments and updates set forth in Bloomington Municipal Code 20.06. The synopsis is as follows. This petition contains amendments in Chapter 6 related to processes and procedures in the UDO. There are 17 amendments identified.
Thank you. And those 4 ordinances will be discussed at our regular session next week, April 10th. Next, we will move on to legislation for second readings and resolutions.
I move that resolution 2024-07 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
All those in favor of reading this resolution, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? Will the clerk please read?
Let's try that again. Resolution 2024-07, establishing the goal of reducing traffic deaths and serious injuries on the city's roadways to 0 in the city by the year 2039. The synopsis is as follows. This resolution establishes the goal of 0 traffic deaths and serious injuries on the city of Bloomington's roadways by the year 2039. outlines the city's intention to pursue a comprehensive approach to achieve this objective, and requires the adoption of a Safe Streets and Roads for All, SS4A, action plan.
Thank you.
I move that Resolution 2024-07 be adopted.
Second.
All right. And I think we have Mr. Ryan Roebling from Planning and Transportation here to present. Welcome.
Good evening. Services Manager. We're here bringing forward Resolution 2024-17 to underscore our commitment to ensure the safety of every individual who uses the rights of way of Bloomington. This resolution clearly and definitively states our new collective goal of eliminating traffic-related fatalities and serious injuries by 2039. To delve deeper into how we will begin to achieve this goal, I'd like to introduce Dean Chamberlain from Tool Design, who has been helping us write our Safe Streets and Roads for All action plan. He will provide insight into the methodology behind goal setting and cover the process we've covered so far.
Thank you, Ryan. Good evening, council members. My name is Dean Chamberlain with Tool Design Group, and I am going to share my screen here. Hopefully this works. All right, looks like you can see it. Great. All right, so as Ryan said, I'm presenting on the Safe Streets and Roads for All Safety Action Plan for the City of Bloomington. So just a little bit about what it is that we're talking about tonight. So the Safe Streets for All, Safe Streets and Roads for All, which is what SS4A stands for, is a program that the US DOT recently started as part of the bipartisan infrastructure law. It supports the National Roadway Safety Strategy and US DOT's goal of achieving zero roadway deaths within the country. There is $5 billion available from 2022 to 2026, and that's split between planning and demonstration grants, including funding creation of action plans, much like the one we're talking about tonight. And there's another pot of money for actually implementing them, so bringing forward projects that will change the city's transportation system to achieve those goals. So an SS4A action plan has a number of different components that are required as part of the action plan, and they kind of all lead towards a plan that is implementable. And the last thing we want to do is put together this action plan and then it collect dust on the shelf. You know, so the different components of the action plan. First one is actually why we're here tonight is the leadership commitment and goal setting. And that is adopting a year or a goal to reach zero fatal and serious injuries on the city's transportation system. Other components of the plan are the planning structure, so just making sure that the plan is developed in a way that's inclusive of the community, and we have a steering committee that's helping us out here with developing this plan. We have city staff that have been really great to work with in putting this together. Lots of safety analysis, so number crunching and looking at where crashes have been happening on the city's transportation network. I'll get more into that in a little bit. Engagement and collaboration. So I'm here tonight as part of Safety Week, which is our week-long engagement and collaboration event that we've been putting together, reaching the community in a lot of different locations in different ways this week. Equity considerations, making sure that the improvements are hitting all sorts of different communities within the broader community of the city of Bloomington. Policy and process changes, is there different ways that the city needs to do business in order to achieve this goal? Strategy and project selection, essentially like which projects are kind of make a timeline of different projects and when and where that will happen, and using countermeasures to hit that goal. And then moving forward after this plan is incorporated and adopted, progress and transparency, so making sure the public knows that we are still on this track, and how are we doing on this track as we move forward. So yeah, we are kind of in the midst of this process. We have the various different components we've been working on, and we are here this week for Safety Week for public engagement activities. We also have a steering committee meeting this week with the members of the public and city staff and a council member on that committee as well. So yeah, this is kind of what we're looking for in the future here with this plan. So really what we're looking at is the safe systems approach, and this is really placing safety first and foremost in road investment decisions, and not just making that be lip service, but making that be a reality in how we're planning and implementing improvements to the transportation system in the city. Different components of that: safe road users, safe vehicles, safe speeds, safe roads, and post-crash care. There's a lot more I could say about all that, but I know we have limited time tonight. So really, there's the Swiss cheese model of redundancy. So what this means is essentially, having all these different components working together. It takes all of these things to fail before we get to a point where there's a crash that involves a fatal or serious injury. So even if vehicles aren't safe or the speeds aren't safe, if the road is safe, a safe design that will hopefully avoid a fatal or serious injury collision. So what we're looking at, we've dove into the last 5 years of data, and that's from 2018 to 2022. There are over 13,000 crashes within the city of Bloomington's borders that we looked at, but really we're focusing on the fatal and serious injury crashes. And of that subset, there are 14 fatal crashes within that 5-year period, so about 3 per year, but a lot more serious injury crashes. So serious injuries being, incapacitating injuries that are going to really affect people's lives and livelihood looking into the future. So there are about 742 of those in the 5-year period, which works out to being about 150 per year. That's 150, families changed, lives changed, and not in a good way, if that makes sense. So here's a kind of looking graphically, from year to year, things bounce up and down, but that 150 is what we're looking at for a 5-year average. So there's a lot of numbers on this table. I don't want to make you read all the numbers, but a couple things I want to highlight. Of all the crashes we're looking at in the city of Bloomington, and 96% of them involve vehicle to vehicle or vehicle, running off the road just by single vehicle crashes, and only 2.5% involved a vehicle and a pedestrian, and 1.5% involved a vehicle and a bicyclist, so 4%. But if you look at the percentage of fatal crashes and incapacitating injury crashes, people walking and biking are suffering that injury in much higher rates than the number of crashes that they're involved in. And that makes sense, right, if you think about it. If you're in a vehicle, you're kind of protected by that shell of a vehicle. If you're walking or biking, you don't have as much protection. So you need to make sure that we're considering in a very big way the people who are walking and biking around town because of that lack of protection for them. So looking at all the crashes, we can kind of plot those on the map, so to speak, and just see them spatially, like where are these crashes happening on the transportation system. And my point in showing you this image is not to, so you can see exactly which street you live on or that kind of thing, but to show you some kind of trends that we're seeing. The downtown area has a lot of these streets that are showing up on the high injury network, and that's, honestly, you've got a lot of activity in your downtown area. That kind of makes sense. Other streets that are showing up on the high injury network are your larger arterials, so streets that are, wider, carrying more traffic and at higher speeds. And that's very common from what we're seeing in other places around the country that we're doing similar analyses. So and a lot of, you'll see state roads are showing up on there as well, and that kind of adds another layer of complexity, we'll say, to achieving this goal. So the high injury network is kind of looking backwards. So it's the crashes that have happened. We're going to pair that with the systemic safety analysis, so looking ahead. Are there trends that we're seeing with these streets that are showing up in the crash history, like, say, 4-lane streets are really showing up. Is there a 4-lane street elsewhere that isn't showing up for some reason? We still will need to look at that because we don't want to miss, problems that are out there that might not have shown up in the last 5 years, but are still kind of out there and lurking, if that makes sense. And also public input. One reason that we're doing all this engagement is to make sure that we're hearing from the community and making sure that a community's needs and just lived experience is accounted for within this plan, and making sure that some things will confirm the things that we're seeing in the crash analysis, and some things will be new, and we want to make sure that that is included in the plan as well. And those kind of all piece together into what's called a high-risk network. So that's essentially the whole network that we're looking at making improvements to now and in the future. So some other communities that are kind of on a similar track, I want to highlight a few of these here. The city of Madison, Wisconsin, another college town, has adopted a Vision Zero plan. If you hear Vision Zero and SS40, they're very similar types of programs. So adopting, trying to get to zero fatal and serious injuries. Their goal is 2035. They started this journey in 2022. And they have 90 fatal and serious injury crashes that they're experiencing when they adopted the plan. City of Ann Arbor up in Michigan had a lot fewer to deal with, so to speak, and they had a kind of a more expedited timeline that they were looking at for this process. Some other communities are very, let's say, aggressive in the goal years that they had for getting to zero, and some communities were less aggressive. And there's no right answer, so to speak, to what the goal year is. It really varies by community and what the community is willing to commit to. So what are we doing here tonight? We're identifying a 0 year, essentially, for getting to zero fatal and serious injuries. And like I pointed out in some other communities, the timeline really is varied from community to community. It can be 5 years up to 30 plus years that they're kind of setting this goal. The action plan that we're developing now includes near-term, intermediate-term, and long-term kind of strategies, goals, projects, that kind of thing, to make sure that things that the city can do really quickly, easily, cheaply, let's do those right away. And then things that are takes more coordination, more design effort, et cetera, those may be further out in the process, if that makes sense. So the resolution before you tonight has establishing the goal of achieving zero deaths and serious injuries on the city's roadway by the year 2039. So that's in 15 years from now. Just to kind of look at what we're seeing here, there is a trend line downward, which is great in the existing fatal and serious injury crash data. And it kind of looking forward as we're adopting this as a goal tonight, there probably will be a point, kind of those quicker, cheaper, easier to implement projects that the trend line may go down fairly quickly initially, which is great. We want that to happen. Then when we get to, we've kind of achieved these, so you get lower hanging fruit projects, and then there's other, higher cost, complex projects involving others that are outside of the city of Bloomington. Progress may slow down, and that's kind of why you see kind of, we want a realistic timeline here. So that's why city staff has landed on a 15-year time frame to get to this goal. So thank you so much for having me tonight. Happy to answer any questions for you. If you have any other questions, comments, thoughts, please direct them to Ryan Roebling. And anybody who is listening tonight that has any other questions, feel free also to contact Ryan about those things too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. Are there any questions from council members for Mr. Roebling or Mr. Chamberlain? Councilmember Asare.
Much for the presentation. And maybe a question for both is, so you ended by talking about the timeline of 15 years, but then noted that most of the things that will get us to like near zero are low-hanging fruit. So why space out low-hanging fruit if they're easy projects? Is like what's the reasoning for that?
Yeah, well, I would say that as we move forward here, probably the low-hanging fruit, a lot of that will probably happen initially. So to get that kind of quick, decline, so to speak, and then the longer process projects would be kind of towards the end, if that makes sense.
And could you define? Can I ask a follow-up question? Yeah. Can you define what is what type of projects are we talking about with low-hanging fruit versus these sort of longer-term projects?
Sure. Yeah. So quicker implementation projects can range, from anywhere from just, projects that are really just signing and striping projects, which are really easy to implement. It could be things like adding a pedestrian crossing refuge median somewhere, which is just, within that intersection. Not completely rebuilding, the intersection, the streets, but, different pieces in different places, that kind of thing. Projects that don't require a lot of, prior design process, if that makes sense. So, yeah, you're talking about projects that are in the tens to maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars, not the millions of dollars, if that makes sense too. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I have more questions, but I'll let my colleagues go first.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember Flaherty?
Thanks. This could be for either, but I'm thinking maybe for staff. And so I think one of your slides had quick build, low cost, easy implementation projects, kind of following up on what Councilmember Asari was just asking. And tying this here to the recent improvements, which are great, on 3rd Street, using existing materials we had between Eagleson and Indiana. And I know that I spoke with City Engineer Andrew Seabor earlier this week, and have learned also that we have some planned budget this year to expand that further east to Union probably, and fill in some of the gaps that are there. My reflection over the last 7 or 8 years of being engaged on this topic as a resident and then as a council member, and also formerly as a student of Indiana University, engaged in the university on this, is that this took, to me, shockingly long to implement. This was proposed 8 years ago, and had pushback from the university. Ultimately got scrapped. Had to push and push and push to get this, quick build, low cost, easy implementation project, low-hanging fruit, data-driven, obvious solution to increase safety. And sorry, now I'm just expressing my frustration a bit, and gratitude that we did it. We've gotten that done. But my question is, do we expect a formal recognition in this action plan to embrace and endorse those types of solutions and their rapid implementation in ways that will help us not face that same 8-year barrier, for similar projects? This is almost like a demonstration project. It's the first time we've used that type of temporary, interim or transition infrastructure on the way towards a long-term, protected bike lane that will cost millions. So I guess I'm looking for some feedback on how we've progressed, how you see this going in the future in terms of the action plan for specifically that type of intervention.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a project that did take a long time. It is something that we would like to start doing more of, and absolutely will be addressed in the action plan. We will set forth goals to not only identify where those might be, but what they might include. So hopefully that the design process doesn't take so long and we don't need quite as much feedback and time to consider it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rallo?
Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. My question is about, the details, the data. Is it going to be detailed in terms of the responsibility assessed, levels of intoxication of a driver? Is it going to include things like if it's a bicycle or scooter pedestrian accident, that it occurred on a particular sidewalk and that sort of thing? Is it going to be that level of detail that we can review?
Well, so the level of detail that we can use is really limited by the level of detail that are in crash reports that are received, and that comes from the state of Indiana. So it doesn't, that level of detail, we can get to kind of the specific intersection or the specific kind of part in the block where, where some of these crashes happen. It doesn't always, have exactly, which side of the street sidewalk it's on, or exactly what the blood alcohol level is, but it would have identifying factors that, contributing factors that, say this was a crash that did involve intoxication or did involve, a pedestrian or bicyclist, et cetera.
And we're relying on state data, not local.
Yeah.
The state is the clearinghouse. It's local data unless it's a state police officer.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
council members. Councilmember Stossberg.
How is this might be a staff question too. How is this kind of new plan focused on safe streets going to be different but still work with our transportation plan? And what is the plan for how those things work together? I want a plan for the plan.
Sure. Well, yes, so this plan will be kind of incorporated within the transportation plan as well. So these two plans are meant to talk together rather than live separately, if that makes sense. So I believe this will be adopted as essentially an addendum to the transportation plan.
Okay, thank you. Also, can we get the copy of the slideshow that
Certainly,
you used?
yep.
Great, thank you.
Any other first round questions before we go to second round? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Yeah.
Funding question. 15 years does sound very, like a very long time to me when I consider, like serious injury and deaths on our roadways, public emergency. I just think I know we are working toward the zero tolerance policy basically, but 15 years is a long time when other cities have been doing it for decades. Is funding the biggest barrier? And, if we inject more money into this, say in 2025, would that help things along?
Yeah, I think I'll start, and maybe I'll look to Ryan to help me with this, but definitely funding is a constraint that we see all over the place. And, each city, each place that we do this only has a certain amount of budget, and it's really up to the decision-making officials as to if we want to expedite this, then that comes with a also expedited budget to accommodate that as well. There are grants that are available out there through the SS4A program, like I said, but there's also other ones that are out there too that would apply to definitely things like this, say like the federal RAISE grant. There may be state grants as well as. So yes, if committing to this effort definitely does require the funding to go along with that in order to achieve that goal for sure.
I know, something like grant writing is pretty much a full-time job for most nonprofits, and I don't think we have a grant writer in planning and transportation. Does Tool Design offer those services too?
Why, yes, we do.
Thank you.
And there are many others too, but yes, we do.
All right, before we go to second round, I will take an opportunity to ask, can you talk more about the equity considerations in that part of the process?
Yeah. Well, so equity, first of all, we have to identify kind of, where in town, people of disadvantaged communities are located. People who are, not showing up to, say meetings like this, to make sure that we're hearing them, to make sure that we've understood their concerns, their lived experiences, that kind of thing. And really, that's one big reason why we're here this week, is to actually, boots on the ground, talk to these people and get their experiences so that we can develop a plan that's going to serve them, if that makes sense. So, we have data that we can get from, say, the census, or we can get from wherever, but to actually talk to the people here in the community is very important, so that's why we're here as well. So that will be definitely a layer on, the prioritization of these projects to make sure that, the projects that are, happening, especially like first, would be towards, communities that are disadvantaged, so that, they're feeling the effects in a quick manner, so to speak.
And how do you determine what communities are disadvantaged?
It's a great question. Well, so there's census data that the federal government considers different types of communities as disadvantaged. So that's kind of the data part of what we look at. But there's other things like, say, the student population that wouldn't show up necessarily as disadvantaged or something like that, but are also community members that don't have their voices heard as much because they're not apt to follow government processes and that kind of thing. So it's kind of a both and.
Thank you. Councilmember Asare.
Yeah.
So we're and this is sort of a follow-on of a lot of the questions that have been asked. We propagate plans like I mean, it's just like our hobby. Like, right? We just have so many plans, and now we're making a plan to insert within another plan. And this resolution doesn't have any fixed sense of even when that other plan is going to take place. And Councilmember Flaherty brought up the fact that this has been in process for 8 years. So the core question to me, as relates to moving forward, I think we all can agree, if we say the statement that we don't want people to die on the road, that we should act and do everything within our power to do that as swiftly, as well, and et cetera. And so what is it that's keeping our current plans from having teeth, from being adhered to, from, like what is it that we can do to move this process meaningfully forward? I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. So I'll start, I guess, and say that that's one reason why the progress and transparency component of this plan is there, is so that once things are adopted, like there is reporting that's being done to keep, accountable the people who are, having to make decisions, or city staff, whatever, to show, are we making progress here, on a year-to-year basis? So that's one thing. Another thing could be that, whenever there is, say, a engineering project that's brought forward, hey, right up in the engineer's report, how exactly does this meet, the Safe Streets for All action plan? Kind of having it in front of you as many times as possible to kind of show the progress and show how everything you're doing is meeting that is important. Yeah. Yeah.
So, and this may be for staff. If I were to rephrase it, that we're talking about, hey, needing resources, needing the backing, et cetera, et cetera. It's to say that we'll be transparent in the making of a plan, and then we'll be able to hold you accountable. Hold you accountable to what? That you're going to make a plan, or?
Maybe I don't understand the question.
Well, what was stated, I said, how do we give this more teeth so that we actually do it, right? So that we stop making plans upon plans upon plans, like it sounds like a Dr. Seuss book, right? Sure. So like, and the answer is, hey, we're going to be really transparent this time, or something.
Oh,
and,
sure.
And so okay, so we can hold you accountable. Hold you accountable to what?
I would flip it and say it's actually you holding yourselves accountable here, and the administration holding themselves accountable. Everybody, this plan is the teeth that you're looking for. So the transportation plan does address safety. It does not do it in a clear and definitive way. So this resolution plus this plan will address safety.
Thank you.
In every transportation decision we make going forward.
Thank you.
Engineering will have to address it.
And when will this plan be done?
Yeah, sometime later this year. We're aiming for July.
Okay, thank you. I have more questions, but again, I'll wait for third round.
Councilmember Strasburg.
I wanted to follow up a little bit about what Councilmember Piedmont Smith was mentioning about the idea of data collection. And I mentioned this, and I can't remember if it was a council meeting or maybe a sidewalk commission meeting or something else, about the Safe Streets for All map, which is a feedback map, which is really interesting. It's got a lot of really interesting stuff on it. And one of the most interesting things that I see on it is the lack of things. So if I go to certain areas, I'll go, oh, nobody has commented about anything on any of these roads in this area. And that leaves me going, does that mean that there is nothing wrong, but also nothing right about that area because you can put positive comments on or you can put negative comments on? Or does that mean the people that maybe spend a lot of time in those areas just don't know that this exists? And I suspect by looking at it, you just got asked, like, how do you determine which areas are most needy? Based on some of the demographics that I'm aware of in some of these places, I'm going, I wonder if those people just don't realize that this exists. Okay. And because I suspect there might be a lot of students in the room, one of those places is that primarily student block between Dunn Street and Walnut and 17th Street and the bypass. There are no little circles in the middle of that, and it's a little bit of a pedestrian disaster. Just saying, if you're a student out there and you are in that area next to the stadium, you might want to think about adding some data to this map so that people can know what the challenges are in that area. But that's not the only one. It's not the only area. So the question I have is, how are you looking at that map and the data that's not there and trying to connect with folks who might have information data, either positive or negative, about those areas?
Yeah, so obviously it's difficult to reach everybody, and we kind of rely on a number of different avenues to get the word out, right? So we've had things like, social media posts, that kind of thing. We've been on the campus twice now this week to try to get the word out to the students, in that area. So just for the example that you're bringing up here, we're kind of using this public feedback, the web map, and the other activities we're doing this week to kind of help us, like, okay, are we confirming what we're seeing with the data? And then also, like, are we missing something that the data isn't telling us? Or is there, not a lot of concerns in certain parts of town, but we want to make sure that that all voices are being heard, and that also takes, like, local champions getting the word out as well for your council members. That would be great if you could as well, to your districts, and other people in this room or watching online, making sure that you're getting the word out to the people that you're talking to as well, to make sure that your voice is being heard in this process as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that you're actually going to places to try to get that feedback. And I hope that when you go to those places, you might also have computers or iPads so that people can, in that moment, add things to the map.
Any other second round questions? Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up kind of in the vein of what I think my colleague, Councilmember Asari, was asking of ensuring implementation or follow-up, translating action plans to actual action. And I think in my experience, some of the plans we have, including the transportation plan, we don't really talk about funding and implementation timelines enough. We do a little bit. We have the priority network that's got a 6-year build-out phased approach. We're doing pretty well. I've been trying to get the actual detailed data on that from staff, and I think we'll have a meeting about that eventually. And also have anticipated that we'll need to build the next timeline, of priority projects. But thinking about, like, the 15-year window that is identified here, and sort of a phase of quick build, transitioning to more resource-intensive build, things like the 7 line, for example. And new sidewalks that, we spend a very small amount of money on. To what extent can we expect that to be within the plan? If we've got a 15-year horizon, and let's say a set of projects citywide that we'd like to get done, I just know enough about this that I know that the level of resources we apply now pales in comparison to what's needed to actually achieve Vision Zero. And so if we want to have an honest conversation as a community, not just an aspirational conversation, but an honest conversation as elected officials, as a mayor, we need to be talking about what that means on a 15-year time horizon. Does it mean $10 million per year from the city going to this? We might not muster the political will to do it, but if that's what it takes, we need to know that. Mm-hmm. And I guess I'm asking if that type of, if we're getting to that step within the action plan, or if, because that's the gap between the end of the plan and where we're trying to go that we so often run into.
Sure. This plan will identify different types of countermeasures, and kind of by their ability to be quickly implemented, and then how much they cost. It's not going to say, like, every last corridor in town do a cost estimate on exactly what it's going to cost to say rebuild or something like that. That is kind of the next step that we've identified these high injury networks, and leading into a high risk network. This plan will recommend further study in a very certain time frame for taking the next steps for these things. We want to obviously, like I was saying, kind of focus on the quicker, easier to implement, but also get the ball rolling on the bigger more complex things at the same time as well. And certainly that will be resource intensive for staff, and that is, definitely something that information that I can completely understand you wanting more of to make sure that you're providing the right funding. So we'll work with staff to provide the information that we can give with the constraints that we have for this project and help you to move forward with the next steps here. Do you have anything to add, Ryan? Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Along the same vein, I would first also like to say I like how you keep looking back at Mr. Roebling to kind of come up and talk, but he's like, hey, I'm just chilling. No, you're good. You're good. Kind of along the budget talk, right? And I mean, you did kind of just answer this, but in the plan, I just feel like there is such a spectrum of what can be done to a street, right? So there can be kind of like quick and cheap, or quick and expensive, right? Or something more intense like the 7 line. Do we get to see sort of like different price points, or kind of, I don't know, like an all like is likely you would want to pursue this because I don't want to say like the biggest bang for your buck. We're talking about like human lives, right? But yes, something like that.
Yeah. So yes, the answer is yes. We can provide, it's kind of like a rule of thumb, kind of cost estimates for various things, and then, we can apply things like that's called crash modification factors for like, okay, for X, type of treatment, we can expect that it's going to reduce fatal and serious injury crashes by 50%. And then this other one is 30%, and the other one is 70%. So, hey, we should go for the 70% one because that's going to, like you said, provide the most bang for your buck, et cetera. While also kind of considering that not every countermeasure can be applied in every situation, but kind of being able to utilize some of the highest effectiveness things in the places that are seeing the most problems, I think definitely would be information that we'll provide in this plan.
Okay, that's very good to know. And a follow-up with an A and a B. A, do other cities do this? And B, is it useful to you that a council like us, who's going to be, approving a budget, puts out a resolution, right, votes on a resolution that's like, hey, we would like to budget in 2025, right, so many millions of dollars to the Safe Streets for All program. Do any cities do that, and is it useful?
Oh, it widely varies all over the place on how municipalities, regions, et cetera, budget for stuff like this. Some have separate funds, like you were kind of alluding to, like they've created this kind of like safety fund, so to speak. And others really try to incorporate it within their existing kind of procedures and, budget systems, that kind of thing. So it's really up to staff and the council to kind of identify what works for Bloomington, if that makes sense.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other second round questions? Councilmember Asare, you had another question, third round?
Questions for me,
right.
one would hope. Slightly shifting gears a little bit. I think we've struggled when we're thinking about street safety a lot of the times to at least communicate holistically the sort of overall plan, even though the plan is there and people can read and stuff. But I think there's some tension often in the community with some of the plans we've put, some of the implementations of past plans so far that seem to, and I'm trying to be careful exactly saying this in a way that is fair, but the plans that seem to, for example, favor safety of bicyclists as if over the safety of pedestrians, and those type of tensions. So how are we going to incorporate sort of an approach that's holistic, right? That it doesn't feel piecemeal, right? And I think then building off of my earlier questions and the questions that Councilmember Rosenbarger asked, the question that Councilmember Flaherty asked, is that like, why don't we just start from the perspective of it's going to cost us $25 million, let's just do it all in 2025, as an example, right? Like why not? Why isn't that our starting point, and we work backwards from there rather than start with, well, we're going to get a pittance, so we'll work with our pittance over the next 15 years.
Well, that's yeah, it's you know. I guess the budget levels are, definitely up to you guys as to where you want to start. And, if the desire is to go quicker, that's great. Communication of like why we're doing projects is very important. And I think that's all like a lot of cities, a lot of places struggle with how to communicate, like, why are we doing this in this place? And, to help the residents to understand, like, why are we putting a roundabout here? Why are we putting a raised crosswalk here? Why are we putting, whatever? And, we can certainly develop some of those kind of communication materials. I've seen other places where they'll have a project that they're doing and, really readily available, like people can find like exactly why we're doing this project in this time, in this location, to help people to understand, like, okay, it's not like they're, it's part of a grander plan. It's part of a network. It's part of a, like, it's not just a one-off thing. It's, that kind of thing. So the communication part is really important. We can communicate kind of like, why do countermeasures work? Like, what are they trying to solve? That kind of thing. And then for each specific, project, that will require kind of probably staff involvement to like to help people understand like why exactly this in this place, and working with the residents, that kind of thing. Maybe Ryan, you could follow up with that, but.
I don't have a lot to follow up with. I think Dean nailed it, but I will say that in regards to your tension between roadway users, for this resolution and action plan, we say all roadway users, and we mean all roadway users. So any proposal will address whatever the concern is, whether that just means bicyclists or pedestrians or motor vehicles. As you saw from the report, everyone is equally as has equal ability to have a fatal accident, but some users have a higher ability to actually have a fatality or serious injury in that crash. So that's sometimes why it appears that we're addressing one user rather than all users, but for this we mean all users, and moving forward, that's our goal.
And then I know, as am I allowed to ask a follow-up? But this is within the, thank you. Sorry. When we were mentioning low-hanging fruit things, and I know this was off the top of your head, so I mean, I'm not trying to make life difficult for you, but some of the things that we mentioned, to me, feel like basic city services, like painting crosswalks that aren't painted, and so adding that to a conversation on an additional plan that needs to get additional funding feels a little bit, I don't know, it doesn't sit well with me, right? I mean, there are, and even some of the things that we mentioned, like right now on Eagleson, where we've invested money, there is an unpainted sidewalk at the four-way stop on Eagleson and whatever that street is, right? And like, it just sort of feels like that should just be done, that we don't need a plan to say sidewalks, crosswalks should be painted. You don't need authorization from council every single time you're going to paint a crosswalk, right? And so I really hope that in this plan that there's serious consideration both to public engagement in meaningful ways, one, but then two, that we're not just conflating, we're not just throwing everything into this plan and just calling it a thing, right? That there's certain just basic things that we just agree that we do as a city to make sure that our streets are always as safe, as comfortable, as interesting, as, et cetera, as they can be. So.
Yeah, I'll just mention that like the policy review part of this will address that exactly. Like, is the city painting all the crosswalks all the time? Sounds like no. So that could be a policy recommendation to change. It's not going to be of change necessarily as part of this plan, but it will definitely, stuff like that will be listed out in the plan for like, hey, this are really easy like next steps that the city policy-wise can agree on. Maybe some other policies that might be a little bit more contentious, but we'll still list them for like consideration for, for this this council to look at and consider. So.
Thank you. Any final questions? All right, before we go to public comment, I just want to note that our new Director of Planning and Transportation, David Hiddle, is here, and just wanted to point him out and say welcome. I know you still need to be approved by the Plan Commission, but I wanted to just welcome you to Chambers. So let's go to public comment. If there's anybody in the public who would like to comment on Resolution 2024-07 regarding a goal of 0 traffic fatalities and serious injuries by 2039, you can come to the podium and state your name and sign in legibly, and you will have 3 minutes. Mr. Lucas, could you please make an announcement for our people on Zoom?
Yes, if there are folks on Zoom that would like to speak to this item of legislation, please let us know by raising your hand or sending a chat to the meeting host. I see 4 hands raised at the moment. You can find the raise hand feature in your control bar by clicking on the Reactions tab or the More tab.
Okay, we'll start here in Council Chambers. Go ahead.
Hello, thanks. My name's Greg Alexander. We had a lot of back and forth last year about this question of plans. People asked if we should even follow them. For example, ex-council member Chris Sturbaum, he said that if he knew that the transportation plan would be used to justify taking something away from drivers and giving it to pedestrians, he never would have voted for it when he was on the council, but he did vote for it. So I beg you to be clear with your votes. If you don't want the administration to go down this path, please tell them. So I want to make sure you know what you're voting for tonight. There is no specific piece of infrastructure before you, but if this resolution passes, you'll soon be receiving a list of more specific recommendations. And those recommendations should, in some instances, prioritize pedestrians over drivers. There's an incident that means a lot to me. A drunk driver killed a guy on a scooter about a quarter mile from my house, a place that I bike. I want the city to do something about that. This resolution asks planners to find something to do about that. But what's the connection between a protected bike lane and a drunk driver? What's the connection between a lane narrowing and a drunk driver? How will removing a turn lane fix drunk driving? What does a sidewalk gap matter when everyone's just playing with their phones? Why bother with any of it when people will just speed anyways? These are great questions, but if you've already decided that all these things are totally disconnected, then you should oppose this resolution. And another thing I hear is that the streets are fine the way they are. People dismiss accidents. Accidents happen, nothing we can do about it. You know how I feel, I hope. But the question is, what do you think? If you don't think fixing these problems is worth making major changes, then you should vote against this resolution. And then later, once you see the kinds of interventions they propose, you should ask yourself again, please don't vote for this unless you actually believe in what you're doing. I got to point out, because they're studiously avoiding my eye contact, this whole speech is for council members Ruff and Rollo. Thank you.
Please do avoid singling out council members with your comments. Next, please. And be sure to sign in before or after you speak.
I don't see a pen.
Oh, where is the sign-in sheet? Is it not there? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is YY An. I just want to support this resolution as a citizen here. I think one question that so many people have in mind when we hear about this type of Vision Zero resolution is that, is it even possible, like accident happened? But I think I want to just mention Helsinki and Oslo. They are cities with more than 600,000 people. They had no fatalities last year. They achieved it. So I think this is something that's achievable if everyone is serious about it. And I really want to emphasize that aspect of it. Oftentimes it's passed, just as a kind of symbolic gesture to work toward safety. But this is actually attainable goal, especially like Bloomington-sized city. And I really hope this get traction and get kind of serious backing from Bloomington people and the council and mayor's office all throughout. And also, you may say, oh, that's kind of European cities. It's different here. But I think a good example is Hoboken, New Jersey. They are a bit smaller than Bloomington, but they haven't seen any traffic death for the last 7 years, thanks to their designing of the roads. One of the most famous aspects of it is a daylighting measure that kind of prevent parking right at the intersection so that cars can see people going into the crosswalk. I think this type of design can be really effective and doesn't cost much because it's simply just not allowing parking right at the intersection. So I think there are like a lot of low-cost effective measures we can implement right away. And that's really just a matter of like deciding to do that. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, first on Zoom is Katie Yoder.
Okay, Ms. Yoder, go ahead.
Hi, I'm so excited about the Safe Streets for All process and goal in Bloomington. Years ago, my cousin was struck by a distracted driver going at a high speed in New Jersey. He was on life support for a short time and eventually perished. This was preventable. My advocacy stems from this loss and for concerns about my own small children as they move about Bloomington. We've had the school bus with its sign out passed multiple times this school year. It's a nightmare. But currently, I'm celebrating the successful implementation of the Greenways program within my own neighborhood on Morningside Drive and have been meaning to email council and Mayor Thompson to say as much. So please expect that from me soon. Our bump outs will make it impossible for drivers to pass the bus. Safe Streets for All, greenways, and traffic calming are all meant to get drivers to go the speed limit, to create safer places for all users, including the most vulnerable. That's why I love this new program, along with our existing greenways and traffic calming program. I appreciate the transparency and community both offer, specifically with greenways. I love that the revamp adds a lot of equity and transparency and predictability. You see where traffic calming is awarded and why. It's based on rubric and data. My neighborhood did not get the calming the first time we applied, but it made sense because I saw that there were other applicants with higher need. However, we ended up being moved to staff-led, and our traffic data caught cars going 70 miles per hour down Morningside Drive, easily enough to kill people. Speaking of goals, the SS4A and our Greenways program is in line with our comprehensive plan that says we need to prioritize alternative modes of transportation. I have heard people say that this town has done enough for bikes. That floors me. Can you imagine if I said that about cars? I really don't feel safe biking on most city roads. I don't feel safe having my kids bike with me on most roads. In fact, I was almost hit by a car that rolled through the stop sign on Morningside and Smith Roads last week as I was running and stopped to wait for it to stop at the stop sign, which it didn't. I shudder at the thought of the possibility that I could have been with one of my children who might not have been able to get out of the way as quickly as I could. Palo Alto, our sibling city, has something like 60% of school-age children walking and biking to school. We aren't even at 10%. My students attend elementary school less than a mile from my house, and I absolutely do not feel safe having them to walk to school due to those high-speed outliers. I'll leave you with a quote from a really powerful video I watched by an organization called Strong Towns regarding Vision Zero. If your community is concerned about whether or not they'll save 30 seconds on their commute, then never having to worry about a child running in the street for the last time, then you have work to do. I appreciate your sense of urgency in implementing this network in its totality.
Thank you. That's your time. We'll go back to Council Chambers. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dave Haskins from bulletin. There was a question asked from the dais earlier, can we get a copy of the slide deck? I wish that question had been asked like this: where can the public get a copy of the slide deck? It turns out the answer to that question is on the city's website. So if you go to the city's website, it's bloomington.in.gov. That's the basic URL. And if you add the word, well, if you add first a / and then the word transportation, and then another / SS, the numeral 4, and then A, that will take you up to a page with all kinds of information. And at the bottom, it's a subheading that says info and updates with an exclamation point. The text that you should look for is Safety Week Combined Commission Presentation. That's the slide deck that was presented earlier, and that's there because Ryan Roebling and his crew did a great job putting together this webpage, and so we should point to it. The question I have tonight is, there's $2 million, I think, in this year's budget for the SS4 program. What are we spending it on besides the contract for tool design? That's some of it, I'm sure, but surely there's other stuff that would add up to $2 million that maybe we could hear about tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, do we have anybody else on Zoom?
Yes, next on Zoom is Jeff Richardson.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to preface my comments with saying that I was actually hit by a car 30 years ago, completely knocked out, rushed to the hospital, and I still have some after effects from that accident in 1996. So I just wanted to point out I have personal feelings about this, as well as my love for Bloomington and its citizens that I'm also concerned for. I just want to build on what Hopi was saying and just drill down a little deeper about data. We've had some things that have happened in the last couple of years, which I've supported. You know, I wrote to Scott Robinson and told him repeatedly I was excited about the no turn on red signs downtown, the speed bumps. I know I'm in a minority with that, but I actually like the calming devices. The narrowing of the streets I'm excited about, especially here on First Street. And I think the bike lanes, especially the one on 3rd Street, has already made a huge difference. But we understandably have looked back for this report on what was happening in prior years. And I want to just make sure that we are collecting data on what kind of results are we getting, if any, at this point. It might be too soon, but I hope someone's tracking. Have we reduced accidents, especially pedestrians walking across the street, because of these no turn on reds? I'm assuming we have, but do we have the data? Same thing with the speed bumps. I know that there's been a dramatic reduction in speed, I understand, on Maxwell, but has it reduced accidents or any kind of incidents at all? And same with the bike lanes. So I just want to make sure that while we're doing some new things, which I think are positive and I embrace, I want to make sure we're also collecting data on that to demonstrate that we are actually moving forward, not just looking at the data from what really inspired this plan in the first place. And the other point I just want to mention, I think Matt just mentioned briefly, the sidewalks. I also want to include in that, I mean, I do feel that part of pedestrian safety are sidewalks, and I want to make sure that we also look at that as a factor in addition to the various other techniques or mechanisms we have to increase patient, well, I was a patient, but pedestrian and car and bike safety. So I'm very enthused about this, but I think the ongoing data collection and updates will be essential to understand how we're succeeding. Thank you very much.
Are there any other comments, either online or in the public? I see representative from the Chamber of Commerce.
Good evening, Council. This is Christopher M.G., not from the Chamber of Commerce on this particular item, but as a resident of Sunny Slope and a homeowner on Walnut Street Pike. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but this is an issue where I've been directly impacted with a particular bicycle fatality. You'll recall we had a pedestrian fatality with a lack of sidewalks here recently on that road. And I'll never forget a parent of that child coming to my door and the pained look in their eyes and what that did to them. And if we can do things to prevent that, that street, there's a lack of sidewalks, there's a lack of access from our west end to Sherwood Oaks to get to the other side. There's a hill there where cars come at an increasingly high speed without time for pedestrians to react. I've been pulled over in my 12 years twice there, and each time I thank the officer for pulling me over, just to have that presence there. And I think it's important that we sort of look at these things, look at the data. I can't put my neighborhood above anybody else's, but we just need a sort of a data collection and a data decision-making process where we're making this sort of a priority. So we do have safe streets. It seems simple, but it's, as we've seen, not always that simple, and I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Are there any comments on Zoom?
Yes, on Zoom we have Adam M.
Okay, go ahead, Adam.
Hi, hope everyone can hear me. I just wanted to talk a bit about some of the additional benefits to making our streets safer.
Could you please
Obviously.
I'm sorry, Adam, could you please give your full name?
Oh, yeah, my name is Adam Martinez. Sorry. So, obviously, reducing injuries and fatalities is important, but there are several other benefits to making our streets safer, mainly caused by the increase of biking and pedestrians. It just leads to better health of the citizens, better sense of community since you're not trapped in a little box driving down the street. It lowers our city's emissions. It allows for higher density, which will decrease housing costs. A lot of these benefits are also disproportionately felt by the poor and by students. Less people driving will also lead to less road maintenance, which will lead to lower costs. There will be lower traffic, less noise, and also just higher economic efficiency. So yeah, that's pretty much all I had. Just wanted to add that in there as well.
Thank you. Any other comments on Zoom?
Yes, next is Anna.
Anna, please give your full name for the record, and you can speak up to 3 minutes.
Okay, hi. My name is Anna Soka, and unfortunately, I've been very ignorant of this effort to make the streets safer, so I will definitely be going to that link that was mentioned earlier to learn all about this. But bicycling is my main form of transportation, so I absolutely support anything being done to make the streets safer. I love the protected bike lane on 7th Street, and the recent additions on 3rd Street are all really great. I also hope that there is plans for continued maintenance of these pathways, because I've run into a lot of bicycle lanes that are overgrown with vegetation or have broken glass. Just things like that where it's not enough to just implement it, they need to be maintained. So I'm looking forward to learning more about this plan and hope that maintenance is included in that. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, do we have anybody else?
No, not that I see.
Anybody else in council chambers? All right, we'll come back to council members. Are there any follow-up questions? Seeing none, we will move to council comments on Resolution 2024-07. Does any council members want to comment? Councilmember Stossberg?
Hi, thank you. Just a short comment. I just have a couple of things that I want to mention. One is, I think, kind of in response to that idea of how sometimes when road designs get changed, it feels like, especially drivers, end up feeling like, oh, this inconvenienced me, right? I kind of hear that a lot. I have to go slower, et cetera, et cetera. I'm a really good driver. Like this feels like it's punishing me, even though I'm a good driver. And I think the thing that we need to think about is that not everybody uses roadways in responsible ways, and that includes drivers and cyclists and pedestrians. And the piece that so there are a couple things about this presentation that I want to, the slideshow that I want to show. First of all, the slide deck that I found online that was pointed out very helpfully by Mr. Askins does not appear to quite be the same. But it does have the Swiss cheese analogy piece on it, which I really, really liked, and that idea that, you know, there are gaps in all road designs, and one of those gaps is users, because people are people and we do not do things perfectly. And when we mess up, something else has to help make sure that we don't mess up really big, either by hurting somebody else or sometimes by hurting ourselves. And so that's where, you know, other safety metrics come in, like wearing a seatbelt is a safety thing that can then help prevent something if you are driving, wearing a bicycle helmet, having a bike light, driving at safe speeds, so then if you are distracted, maybe you don't get quite as far off track, and then also having safe road designs so that if somebody is not being a perfect user, then there is a design element that is helping make sure they don't hurt themselves or others for all users. So I really liked that particular slide. But the second thing that I want to mention about the slide deck, comparing the one online to the one that we saw, is one of the things that we saw up there was a little bit of data about which roads are the biggest offenders right now, which are the least safe roads, and I don't see that on the slide deck online. And several of those roads, I think, because I wanted to go back and look, but they're state roads, okay? A lot of, I think, the crashes happen on state roads that are within city limits. And so we talked a lot about that 15-year timeline and, you know, is that too long and low-hanging fruit? And any changes on state roads are not low-hanging fruit, and they're longer timelines because they require a whole lot of collaboration. So I hope that, you know, I will keep that in mind as a council member. We need to have that collaboration at the state level, and I'm saying this right now in a hope and honestly an expectation that our planning department has that in mind as well, is how to collaborate really effectively with the state. And I know the state level right now is also looking at road safety and that sort of thing. And so hopefully everybody collaborating together can manage to make this possible for all of the roads and all of the users. Thank you.
Other council members wishing to comment? Councilmember Rallo?
Thank you. Mr. Chamberlain, Mr. Roebling, thank you for this initiative. I'm looking forward to the reporting and the updates and the data that we can evaluate. Especially, I think it's important that people report their crashes if they occur. I failed to do so some years ago. I was hit by a car, but I wasn't seriously injured. The driver of the car seemed to be more distressed than I was, and I let it go. And my colleague, Steve Olin, at the time said, you should have reported it because this is important for data. And I think that's true. So I encourage everybody to report any incident. I'm interested in information on peer cities as well, to see their successes and maybe taking some of their ideas. And I just want to say that, like so many of our city policies, it's important to have public participation. As my colleagues have already noted, if residents feel unsafe or they feel attacked when they go into a public venue like this, I think that we all lose. I think we need to hear each other out, and even if we disagree, and even boards and commission members who have berated the public has occurred. That's unacceptable. And I think that it hinders progress. And I think even the board and commission member I'm referring to would like to see progress. So let's all be able to talk even if we disagree. Thank you.
Other council members? Councilmember Asare?
I'd really like to first and foremost second what Councilmember Rallo said, and had I have spoken first, I would have said that first. I think that historically this body has been characterized as one where even the members didn't get along, where they took things personally, right? Where, you know, when we disagree, we take it as though we're now mortal enemies or something like that. And, you know, I do think it is so important to, as many times as we can, to emphasize that fact that in this type of democratic setting, we're supposed to disagree. It makes ideas better, but we can't then turn those into personal sort of attacks on each other. So I really would like to emphasize what you said. I'd then like to also say this, that it was said that we should really know what we're voting on. And I think that one of the things that's really clear is that the city organizations that deal with sidewalks and roads are severely underfunded. And the reality is that when we think about just not only, I think a lot of the times these conversations are about bike safety, but also just like, how do we make our city more walkable? And it concerns me that we can listen to a conversation and the question come up, like, why don't we just do the basic things, like keep like our sidewalks? And it's sort of like, well, you know, because we don't have enough money, basically. They didn't say that because they're polite. But this, to me, then to my other council members, I think it raises the importance of what I hope that we'll be able to talk about in weeks coming, of us really changing the way that we think about how we budget in this city. It's frustrating that we add goals after we set budgets. It's frustrating that we're talking about coming up with a plan in July after budget season, when then we're going to go through years and nothing's going to happen. We have to start coming up with real goals that then determine the way that we spend money in this city. And so I hope that we can move in that direction, that we can make all of our streets safe and comfortable and interesting to walk on and to ride bikes on and to drive on. Our city should be a safe and place. So I'm happy that we're doing this. I'm happy that we're bringing attention to it during Safety Week. But I really think moving forward that we need to do much more than just saying, you know, yeah, this is great, let's make another plan. But let's us as a council back that up with requiring substantial funding for these type of efforts in the year ahead. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thank you. I think as many of you know, I could talk a long time about this topic, but I'm going to try to keep it brief. I think, you know, when we have Indiana University throwing a fit about the city putting bollards on 3rd Street because IU doesn't think they're pretty, and so we leave the street the way it is for about a decade. I mean, I think that's wild, right? I think it's borderline, I think it's wild. And then I think when we have someone riding a scooter at night who gets killed by a person driving drunk and the administration says we're no longer allowed to ride scooters at night, I think that's pretty horrific. In 2019, City Council budgeted or approved to allocate $30 million for a new 4th Street parking garage and $20 million for a new building trades parking garage. I think that we have the ability, right, to spend $50 million on other modes of transportation. So I think when we hear so many people say, you know, the roads are great the way they are, we've done enough for bikes. Well, I haven't seen us do $50 million for anything other than vehicles. And our comprehensive plan says that we're supposed to be prioritizing alternative modes of transportation. And I guess the last time I checked, prioritizing means, right, it gets more than anything else. And that comprehensive plan is what, 2018, 2017, and I haven't seen that. So I think we can budget $50 million for a transportation plan and our safe street goals that will be laid out in July. And I think we have the ability to do it. I just hope that, I guess for the first time, potentially for me being on this council, I think we potentially have the political will to do it. I haven't seen that in my first term, but I'm like really, really hoping that it can be different. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council member comments? Councilmember Flaherty?
Thank you. I really like thank you very much for the presentations and all the work going into this. I appreciate especially the extensive public engagement. There's been many meetings, a lot of outreach, bringing in exactly what we mentioned before, people's experience on our streets, where they feel unsafe, what's working well for them. That's vitally important. And I think it's important we remember that when we're implementing this plan, that it was the foundation of that is actually not just data, but engagement with our residents. These types of design charrettes and outreach processes and planning development actually tend to be far more extensive than the public engagement we might get later in the process. And so that's important. I appreciated a member of the public who noted that this is achievable if we're serious about it. 0 deaths on our street is achievable. Many places have done it, including major cities. Yes, it was Helsinki. But Europe as a whole actually has cut pedestrian deaths in half over the last 30 years. They used to be very similar to the US. Ours have stayed the same and actually then started climbing over the last decade. That's a product of design, political will and design, that's it. I think what I'm hearing tonight, I think everybody understands quite well this is a question of funding and political will, and the funding itself is actually largely a question of political will. And I share my Councilmember Rosenberger's optimism that hopefully we will, be increasing our will to follow through on the ambitions we set for ourselves. We've already been doing some of this, some of the low-hanging fruit that was discussed. The Right on Red resolution to increase safety after a death in our downtown area, in high pedestrian areas in particular, led by Councilmember Rosenberger, former Councilmember Volin, who I think is in the room this evening, leading the accessible transportation and mobility principles resolution last year to get incorporated into our transportation plan update. And thank you to the Council for Community Accessibility for developing that. Last year, I led a resolution to incorporate leading pedestrian intervals and pedestrian recall as the default or the priority in most signalized intersections. That's one of the things that Hoboken, New Jersey, that's achieved 0 deaths for 6 years, has been doing as a small intervention, for instance, to address risk in their streets. Ensuring accountability with plan implementation, that we need to hold ourselves accountable. That's spot on. I and others have been seeking to do that when we set these actual timelines for a network build-out. We have a 6-year timeline for a priority bicycle facilities network. It's actually kind of misnamed because it has a lot of greenways and multi-use paths that are essentially equally pedestrian and bicycle projects. But nevertheless, I think sidewalk funding still pales in comparison. That was brought up tonight. That budget has been static for a decade or more while costs have doubled. It was never enough. We need $2 million a year minimum budgeted going to sidewalks to address the exact issues that Mr. MG spoke about and others have spoke about in recent public comments. We have deaths on our streets that are preventable if we just put the funding to it. It's one of the most significant things that we can do, honestly. I think another plug for the use of medium-term transitional infrastructure like on 3rd Street, we really, really need to embrace that as a strategy on the 10-year timeline, to the hard infrastructure build-out. I think we need transparent capital planning around that. It is remarkably difficult to get detailed information about our capital plan for the 6-year priority build-out, for what the next 5 years look like. I worked repeatedly with the previous administration trying to understand what our 5-year capital planning looks like for transportation infrastructure. And it was not there. We need that. We need to demand it. And to Councilmember Asari's point, we have a plan that's coming post-budgeting season, but next year, I'll note, is year 6 of the 6-year priority build-out. I'm trying to get the data on what's still missing. What do we need to budget for next year to achieve our goals on this 6-year build-out for pedestrian and bicyclist safety? Final notes, we can also extend from this plan to formalize the policy. Cambridge, Massachusetts codified implementation timelines for projects. We can do that. We could require the administration to maintain and annually report on a rolling capital plan to fully implement a certain set of projects under this plan. So just sourcing some ideas for future consideration as we move to move beyond planning and into actions that we can actually achieve 0 deaths on our street like this resolution commits us to. Thank you.
Councilmember Ruff?
Thank you. I noticed in the presentation, my staff, I just the $5 billion towards this program, national, I assume that's nationwide, kind of caught my eye and got me to thinking about my 20 years of work with citizen groups like Citizens for Appropriate Rural Roads, Taxpayers for Common Sense, the Hoosier Environmental Council, against I-69, the New Terrain I-69 project, because I was thinking that that $5 billion for this whole program nationally represents about half of what we spent, of what the state spent on that one project, I-69. And it's a great road to drive because there's nobody on it. It's like one of the least traveled interstates that I've ever been on, and I've been around as much as a lot of people. And that was one of our arguments from the start, was there's just no evidence that this is going to be the opportunity cost. I guess that's what I want to talk about. For every project, there's an opportunity cost. And so nobody's against, everybody's going to support improving safety. Everyone's going to support that. And this resolution is a general statement of commitment to that idea through this program that needs to be dramatically, clearly fleshed out and public involved in and leadership of community involved in. The key is putting the scarce funds where they're going to get us the most bang for the buck, as always. And so whether we're talking about spending $10 billion on I-69 at the cost of possibly having light rail from Bloomington to Indy to Lafayette to Fort Wayne with that amount of money, who knows what could have been done with that, but all the way to locally spending $800,000 or $900,000 on the design of this Hawthorne-Weatherstone Greenway. And whether that gets us, the funds are always going to be scarce. We hear several members talk about, and the public talk about, well, there's never enough money. We can't keep up our sidewalks. Yeah, that's why we have to be extra scrutinizing that we're getting the best bang for the buck for every investment we make, because these are expensive projects. And someone mentioned political will. It's more than just political will, right? Political will is inseparable from political credibility and political capital that comes from public support. And the public sees the city spending money unwisely on questionable projects that clearly aren't where they're the most needed, where they're getting the most bang for the buck, where they contain expensive features that aren't really productive enhancements that contribute to safety, if that's our goal in a given project. This is all critical elements, and they all need to be brought together. If this, someone from the public said, well, if we really mean this, we'll support it. Well, of course, we mean improving safety, but if we mean, generating the most benefit for the public through these projects, it's going to require a different process than we've got than we've seen play out over the last couple of years, in my opinion. Thank you.
Other council member comments? Councilmember Daley?
I second a lot of what my colleagues have said. Thank you for the presentation. I think, I'm always excited to talk about increasing, alternative modes of transportation, and I think we can always do better with safety, and we always should be aiming to do better with safety. Making sure that we're doing it wisely where it needs to be and spending the money in a mindful manner. But I think it's also helpful to remember that as we implement these changes and we get more and more areas for bicyclists to safely maneuver through our community, and pedestrians, we definitely want to encourage. I think it's also important to remember that, it's a big change for everybody when we're making these areas more accessible to more people. And even though we're intending to do it safely, I think it's going to be helpful to remember that maybe we need to include efforts to ensure that our community also understands the changes. And part of our outreach should be education for motorists, how to share the roadway, for bicyclists, how to share the roadway, so everybody's understanding everybody else's rules of the road and how, not just what they're supposed to be doing, but so that they can anticipate what everybody else should be doing on the road as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council comment? I will make a few comments. I appreciate the equity considerations as part of this transportation planning process. I think we in the city of Bloomington realize that not all people living here in our society have been treated equitably. We know that, well, let me just speak for myself. I know that Black Americans have been subjugated for 400 years. They came here through slavery. They have endured unequal, unjust treatment for centuries, and that legacy lingers, and that means a lot of our Black community does not have an equitable share of our resources. Also, I recognize, as I say at the beginning of every meeting, about this land, and that it was taken by white settlers from Native Americans, indigenous peoples. And so there's inequities there as well, and we cannot ignore that history, and we need to try to make up for it. And I just wanted to make that statement that I think our diversity, equity, and inclusion goals in the city are entirely justified and extremely important, and I will defend them to anybody. And I think that this is, this transportation planning is just one part, one aspect in which we need to take these considerations into account. And some speakers who spoke previously this evening obviously have no sense of justice or history or humane context. And so I want to take this opportunity to say that I do recognize the importance of recognizing our difficult and racist history and trying to do better. With that, I think we are ready for a vote on Resolution 2024-07.
Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
And Daly?
Yes.
And that resolution passes with a vote of 9-0. Thank you to Mr. Roebling, Mr. Chamberlain, for your presentation. We now move on to the next resolution.
Motion for a brief recess. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I'd second.
All right, all those in favor of a 10-minute recess, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we will come back here at 9:02, not a minute later. I will call back to order this meeting of the Common Council for Wednesday, April 3rd, 2024. And now we are ready for Resolution 2024-05. Would somebody like to move Resolution 2024-05?
I move that Resolution 2024-05 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Will the clerk please read?
Resolution 2024-05, a resolution authorizing the 2024 outdoor dining program in the downtown corridor. The synopsis is as follows. Resolution 2024-05 authorizes renewal of the Parklet outdoor dining program in the downtown. The program, as renewed in this resolution, provides for the continued use of parklets from April 29, 2024 through October 31st, 2024. As required by Ordinance 2201, passage of this resolution also explicitly adopts fees for the 2024 program.
Thank you.
Resolution 2024-05 be adopted.
Second.
All right, and I believe we have Special Projects Manager Chaz Mottinger to present this resolution for us.
Yes, hello. Good evening, council members. That is indeed right. I'm in the Economic and Sustainable Development Department, for those unfamiliar, and I'm happy to present the Resolution 2024-25 to you tonight. So for a brief history, the outdoor dining program was originally in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, during which the City of Bloomington Common Council approved Ordinance 2011. Council reserved the right to extend the program and the terms of the ordinance by authorizing resolutions annually, which has happened since 2021. Since then, the program has consisted of two parts. First is 2.5 blocks of Kirkwood Avenue that are closed and converted to allow for outdoor dining and a pedestrian thoroughfare. Second is the Parklet program, which expands outdoor dining in parking spaces that are closed off by orange jersey barriers directly outside the participating businesses in the downtown area. City staff recommends passing Resolution 2024-25 to continue the outdoor dining program for another season from April 29th to November 4th. Resolution 2024-25 allows the continuation of the expanded outdoor dining program to generate increased economic vibrancy and cultural connectivity in our pedestrian-friendly community. Now, there are a few important adjustments proposed this year. First, the Kirkwood conversion program from 2023 will not be considered in 2024, unfortunately, due to the Clear Creek reconstruction project, which requires that parts of Kirkwood be closed for traffic detours as improvements are made to the underground stormwater system. And Mr. Lucas, could you put the map up, please, on the monitor? And there's also a private construction project as well. And I think you might have seen this link before, but this is a map that ESD has made, thanks to my colleague, Dee De La Rosa. And this kind of outlines all that will happen this summer and the different phases. So we just wanted to provide this visual to kind of see what we're talking about when we're talking about the impact of the reconstruction project and a few private construction projects happening. Thank you, Mr. Lucas. And then the second adjustment is that businesses may request a temporary parklet during Indiana University graduation weekend. The parklet would be installed by May 2nd and removed no later than May 10th. And thirdly, participating businesses are required to pay a fee of $250 for each parklet, plus a $50 engineering fee. Parking data shows that in 2023, parking revenue was not significantly impacted by the expanded outdoor dining program, as parking was simply pushed into nearby areas. Given these findings, Parking Services is able to support the 2024 program as an economic initiative for local businesses. This analysis was made in partnership with engineering, legal, public works, public safety, and the Economic and Sustainable Development Department in order that the resolution presented to council be comprehensive and sound. So a lot of thought was put into this. Passing the resolution is critical to ensure that businesses will be able to start applying for the program tomorrow morning via ESD's online application portal. So thank you for your continued support for this program. Later this year, ESD plans to present a proposal for a new ordinance for a multi-year seasonal outdoor dining program, as the current ordinance only allows for annual renewals of the program. I'd be happy now to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mottinger. Are there questions from council members about this resolution? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
That map, can it be brought back up? The closures? And my first question is just with that private construction project, it's on the corner of Washington and Kirkwood, is that right? It's the hotel being built, is that right?
I'm going to let Dee answer that because she's more familiar.
So there are actually several private construction projects that will be going on. So not only is it, I guess, for easy reference, it's the lot next to the CVS on Kirkwood. That's probably the easiest way of describing that one. And then I believe that they're going ahead with the work at the People's State Bank building as well. So with these private projects and these unknown timelines, we thought it best to just keep the street open. Does that
Well, I
answer
was
your
just
question?
asking where they are, because I guess for me, I don't see them on the map, but I just thought the map
Oh,
was-
you know what? It might just be that there's a layer that isn't toggled on there.
Okay. Oh, it's those little people working.
There you go.
Digging.
Right
it's those
there.
people digging, yeah.
Yeah.
And then, yes, and just behind Kirkwood at that block, I mean, I know it's that parking lot that's being, on Kirkwood, right?
Yes.
That's being, something's being constructed. There's an alley behind that, right?
There is.
And then I think CVS uses it too for deliveries. And then Washington, I mean, behind the other one on the corner, there is an alley.
Yes.
I'm not stopping what's happening tonight, you know, I mean, I'm only one of 9, but I guess I just feel like, you know, it could have been closed. Like, if we close it permanently, is what I'm saying, it wouldn't be an option to open it. So, like, other things could have been done. I'm sorry, that's not a question, don't you think?
We explored every option, and we went with the option that honestly pleases the most masters. We wanted to make sure that our choice was equitable to every business involved. We went with the guidance of experts from our engineering department, from Public Works, from Public Safety, to make sure that the plan that we put out was the best plan for the program that we have at this time. Because we thought that the worst thing that could happen is for this program to fail or to have mistakes when we're about to ask for a long-term annual program.
Okay, yes. I have another question, but I will wait.
Are there other first-round questions from council members? Councilmember Rollo.
Yes, my question. Sorry, I turned myself off. My question is, did you hear from other restaurateurs that they were placed at some sort of competitive disadvantage vis-a-vis others that could accommodate parklets? In other words, are there people who feel that this is unfair to them? Have you heard from anyone about that?
I don't think we know. I'll let Dee respond again.
I'll jump up again. No, not directly. And I would like to say that is a testament to us making sure that we are keeping it fair. At this juncture, there hasn't been a restaurant that has complained about this. In fact, they are, for the most part, the response that I have gotten back is that they feel very positive about this and they're very excited about the program for next year.
Thank you.
And Dee's our small business director in ESD, for those, just to say, so she knows.
Councilmember Zulik?
I have a question for whoever feels qualified to answer this.
That's fine.
Do you feel that this lack of closure of Kirkwood could have been avoided if more streets from Indiana to Walnut were two-way instead of one-way?
I am not an expert on that, nor do I think our department has any data on that specific question, so I don't think we can answer that, unfortunately.
Councilmember Daley?
Can you just clarify for me what the radius is for when we talk about, the downtown closures for the parklet program, since we're not closing Kirkwood? Yep. What exactly does that include, please?
So it includes the square, those 4 streets around the square directly. This will also, the parklet program will be offered to every restaurant on Kirkwood as well, in lieu of the closures. And then we also do allow it on Indiana Ave as well. And there's a little bit of a radius we are potentially willing to go from those areas, but mostly those are the streets that are offered. Businesses, we have it in the application that you have to be considered downtown in those areas when you apply, so.
Okay. And then I have a follow-up. Is that okay? Yes. So, and then I know then to close off the parklets, you're going to put up those big orange barriers on all of them, or just on the busier streets like?
So actually a restaurant inquired about using something else, and we weren't quite ready to have an answer for that. So when we come back to council to present, we were hoping to think of a better but still safe solution. That kind of beautifies the downtown, because we are well aware that the orange jersey barriers they're an eyesore, but they are safe. And so we are looking into it with public safety and engineering to see if possibly on this more side streets like Kirkwood, considering Walnut and College as the main streets that are a little more dangerous, or like speeding cars. We're looking into that, and we're hopeful that maybe that could happen during this season, but we're really going to try for that next year. Luckily, last year we started a public art program where we had 5 local artists design barrier covers for the orange jersey barriers. So those will be going on the orange jersey barriers this year if we have to use them. But we are looking into the matter, and we'll probably have an answer next week. But likely, as of right now, yes, the orange jersey barriers will be used. But again, we will cover them with some public art by 5 local artists, which is really great. So.
Super. Thank you.
And they were paid for their work, and so it was a great partnership between our department.
Awesome.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember Flaherty.
Did I understand the presentation that this year we're doing a 1-year extension similar to previous years, with the idea that maybe in 2025 we'll consider just codifying the program so it functions in the same way on an ongoing basis?
Yes, so the current ordinance, and this is a resolution of, it's in the ordinance that we have to do it annually, so we couldn't ask today for next year via the current ordinance. So what we need to do is we're hoping to come back later this year for 2025, like in the fall potentially, and ask you guys for a multi-year seasonal closure for like 3 to 5 years potentially. So that's what we're hoping to do later this year, is ask for a new ordinance to be voted on. So we're going to recommend that.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying. So we would no longer have to have the annual resolution that this is tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
We just are required right now by the ordinance to do that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Strasburg?
So I just want to ask a clarifying question before I actually ask my real question. So the plan this year just involves essentially converting parking spaces, and I think they're all parallel parking spaces, into outdoor dining. And that's correct.
Correct.
So has there been any thought given, because that does eliminate some parking spots, right? And one of the concerns that I've heard over and over and over about downtown parking is that it's not super accessible. So has there been any thought given to converting some of the parking spots that are left to handicap parking spots during this program? So then spots that are left that are closer to what's happening on Kirkwood and College Walnut can be prioritized for users who have mobility challenges?
That's a great question. It actually happened last year where Trinity Church wasn't as excited about the closure because of that very reason about accessibility, and we were able to put another accessible space next to their church, and so that was great. And we definitely know there is a need for that. And just to also explain to you in the application, we have to okay the parking spots that the businesses are applying for. So we do have an engineering team and ESD look at the spots to make sure it is safe to have, and kind of limit some of the numbers that, we just look at the parking spots that they want and we have to okay it. So we will be thinking a lot about these things. I can't quite answer that we will definitely do that, but we could do that for sure, especially if we see, based on the number of applicants who apply for this, if that becomes a problem, we can definitely assess that and work with engineering and public works to get that done. So it hasn't come up yet, but if it does, we can definitely do something about it, is what I'm trying to say. And we have an example from last year that it was done.
Okay, thank you. I would just love to see some of that added consideration.
And I will...
figuring out a way to just keep it accessible. And it's not easy, of course, because some people who need more accessible parking don't necessarily have a handicap parking tag, that there's that gray area there where you Yeah.
Yeah, we actually we work with Michael Shermis of the Community Family Resources Department, who's the accessibility guru who knows everything. So we work with him to assess the parking spots as well to make sure they're accessible. So we do have someone really looking at that as a whole as well. So, and I think this is also why we need more time to talk about a more like a multi-year program, is to figure out things like this, right? This is the thing we should really be thinking about. That is the issue. And so, yeah, thanks.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember Osari.
Hey, Jess, thank
Hello.
you so much. Thank you both for the wonderful presentation and for all the work that you're putting in to support businesses, to support sustainable development, support the arts, and to doing that holistically. It's very exciting, and very excited to hear about the artwork that's going to be on the installations this year. The genesis of doing this is, as we've said this time, and I think in past conversations, was around responding to limitations of the COVID pandemic, right, and expanding places for people to eat at the time. And do you still feel like that is should that, not COVID obviously, but the expansion of eating, right? Is that the core of why we should be talking about closing Kirkwood?
We do believe that this program helps promote vibrancy and a community-like feeling in our town, and also helps with economic development as well. So yeah, it started as COVID-19, but it's been a pretty successful program for the community and businesses overall. Of course, it's
And why is that?
And yeah, because of the vibrancy and the economic benefits and the walkability and the kind of general camaraderie feeling that people get, it's kind of hard to explain those things, but it is this kind of vibrancy it adds to our city. And it does help support the businesses in a real way.
And so do we as a community not feel vibrant or or like we like walking when outside of the summer?
That is a discussion for another time. But yeah, here's Jane, our director.
I mean, it feels a little like that question is, I'm Jane Cooper-Smith, Director of Economic and Sustainable Development. Thanks. And I think Chaz did do a great job addressing kind
Always,
of
yes.
the economic development implications of the program. It does drive traffic into this area. We know that the economy in Bloomington is really challenging in the summer months when we lose half of our population.
Right.
So businesses that rely on visitors attending their businesses daily and spending money there daily to keep their operations afloat really benefit from this magnet.
Exactly.
And the businesses in the downtown corridor are paying some of the highest rents in town.
Exactly.
So it really is a win-win for everyone. But to your question, I think that's pushing us in a direction that we're just not, we're not prepared to answer it. But we are, in our department in ESD, we're super excited about multimodal transportation, accessibility, walkability. We're here for it, but we're just not equipped yet to
Right,
to
and
address that.
so that's the question that I'm trying to lead to, which is, if and again, I think why we keep making the arguments about the foundation of this having been COVID-19, but then we've seen the added benefits of having, increased walkability, increased accessibility to downtown places, safety for students, et cetera, that have we had discussions internally, at least of starting to think about what it might look like to have that street closed in a longer period, not just in this sort of season, and some of the things that we might need to do as a council and as the rest of city government, as the executive branch, to maybe make some of those things possible, right? And so that's really, I think, what the foundation that I was trying to build towards is, can we just close it forever, maybe, why not?
I mean, we can look into that, right? That would be a multi-year public engagement process, planning process. There would be a lot of steps to take to investigate that, but I think that would be super appropriate to look into.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Other questions from council members? Seeing none, we will go to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment?
that okay?
I'm sorry. I didn't see you. Yes, Councilmember Rosenberger.
About that map again, is it, I'm sorry. With the traffic redirected onto Kirkwood, I'm sorry, I know I could have asked these ahead of time, but I've been running around like a crazy person. The green arrow is a redirect from which closure?
The Indiana Ave, right? The huge red line there. That's kind of by Dunn Meadow, that block of Dunn
Okay, so
Meadow.
Indiana's closing, so at
yeah,
Kirkwood, we're redirecting cars.
And then one lane will also be closed.
On
of
Kirkwood, on
as you can
Kirkwood.
see, that's where the X's
Yeah.
are. And I think that might switch to the other lane at some point.
No,
it doesn't. Never mind. Sorry. Scratch that. Thanks, Steve.
Are the street closures part of this ordinance?
No, they are
no.
part of the Clear
It's
Creek reconstruction thing that's happening, and it's not a part of the ordinance. We are just assessing the situation, the fact that it will be closed.
Okay.
And that's why we recommend
This is like an idea from engineering.
Yeah, we worked with,
Yeah.
I'll let Dee, because she was the one who did a lot of the work on this.
So this map is a representation, if you see it says staff. So this is kind of the map that we've been working on so everybody can have an idea of where these closures are and what we're actually dealing with. There are multiple layers open right now, so it looks a little crazy. But these are not part of the ordinance in the future or the resolution we're presenting right now. This is just a representation of the reconstruction that's happening at Clear Creek.
Okay, so in that case, I would like to just, would it, as a question, make sense to think about a little longer, like the block between Dunn and Grant, I guess, where we're redirecting traffic on Kirkwood from the Indiana closure? Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
With like Nix and everything? It does worry me a little bit to add extra traffic to that block because it's such a busy block almost at all times of the day until 2 in the morning, right? Like, so I just wonder if we can look at if that makes the most sense or if something else would be a little safer, but that is not what this resolution is about. But
No, once again, I understand your concern, but we have taken the expert advice of engineering, the project managers of the Clear Creek reconstruction and Public Works to, like the project managers have dictated what these traffic patterns are. These aren't things that we made up. This is actually part of the project that we have no decision-making process on, like we have no bearing upon that. This is what's happening whether we say no or not, because that is how the traffic patterns have to work to make sure that we still keep transportation safe within that area.
yes, I understand that engineering is doing the redirect, and so I guess I will talk to them a little bit about that because I do think that block of Kirkwood is concerning, I guess, to add more traffic and chaos to that space. Thanks.
All right, any final questions from council members? All right, if not, we will go to the public. If there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on Resolution 2024-05 about the outdoor dining program downtown, you can come to the podium, and you will have up to 3 minutes. Mr. Lucas, could you make a statement for people that are on Zoom?
Folks on Zoom that want to speak to this item, please let us know by raising your hand in Zoom or by sending a chat to the meeting host.
Great, we'll start here in Chambers. You state your name and go ahead.
Howdy, I'm Mike Klingy. I own the Orbit Room in downtown Bloomington. We've used the Parklet program every year that it's been available. I'm here again tonight to ask you to okay this program again. We definitely, I could probably answer a lot for other restaurants too, but like, yes, the thought of COVID has left everyone's mind. The thought of like where Bloomington is with our economy is nowhere, it's just really almost as bad as COVID in a lot of the senses of it. So we still do need extra reasons for people to go downtown, to like go shopping downtown and visit the downtown restaurants and see other people walking around. I thought it was kind of the earlier presentation on the traffic made me sit and think a lot about this. The parklets actually have a lot to do with the traffic flow as well. And if you don't know where the orbit room is, it's right on College, which is also right by what was marked as one of the darkest colors of like the most dangerous intersections. So you have all these, you have this beautiful historic courthouse, you have all these businesses downtown, but you also have people that don't realize it's 20 miles an hour to drive in front of the, to drive on that road at all. So one thing I did notice, even though the orange barricades are ugly, some people seem to be slowing down a little bit when they see things that aren't just cars on the side of the road hanging out in front of restaurants and stuff. We only open from like 5 p.m. until 11 p.m., but yet during the day I see people hanging out on the parklets, eating Inkwell, or just waiting for someone to shop at Jail Waters. The public is really craving a place for us to just gather outside in different areas of the downtown area, which to me is if I was to design a city, the downtown area would be the area I would want people to congregate and hang out in. And so allowing restaurants to do this and just give people a good time outside. It's not like inside is so packed that we need the outside too. It's just people want to be outside and be around other people. So think about the other things that are going to come in front of you over the years about making downtown safer, and also let's expand the dining program to other places and just make downtown fun to hang out in. There's a lot of parking in all the garages as well. Thanks for your time and listening. All right.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Luke Summers again. I just wanted to say 2 points. One, I'm super disappointed to see that Kirkwood won't be closed this summer. It's always the highlight of my summer to be able to walk along Kirkwood, visit everywhere there more easily, just take the time to go there. And once that closes for the winter season, it's always super disappointing for me and a lot of my friends, especially because that's when all of IU is in session. That's when all of the students can utilize that pedestrian-only walkway, or road, I guess. And I would love to see that Kirkwood be pedestrian-only year-round, permanently, forever. And then secondly, I'd like to just make sure that everyone is aware that COVID is still here. I think the most recent numbers that I saw was that 2,000 people a week in the United States are dying from COVID. I would love to see the city take this illness more seriously. It's very deadly. It's very damaging to a lot of people, to our bodies, to our minds in ways that we still don't fully know. I know that at least at IU, the university does not recognize COVID as an issue anymore. They don't provide masks. They don't provide any leniency or any services, and so I'd really like to see the city take the lead on this public health emergency and act to save as many lives as possible, because again, as elected representatives, it is your duty to save the lives of your residents, whether that is being Vision Zero and increasing pedestrian and biking access and preventing car fatalities, whether that's having outdoor dining so that people can eat and breathe more safely, whether that is saving the lives of the people of Palestine who are dying as we speak every minute. You need to do everything you can to save the lives of as many people as you can. Thank you.
All right, next speaker here in Chambers.
Hello, my name is Colin Nielsen. I'm just here to say that I also am pretty disappointed that this was not continuing for this year. I do understand, however, why it's happening, but me and my friends and my roommates are in general very disappointed, especially because both of my roommates are actually completing their degree this year, so they won't be able to enjoy it again. And when I told them about the fact that this wasn't continuing this year, they were very disappointed. And I do have a year left in my degree program, and I hope to maybe stay in Bloomington a bit longer, or as long as I would like. I guess the future depends. But I do want to say that I like that the city's considering that there's going to be a 5-year plan, a long-term plan. I still, however, also it just feels. I know government can be slow, but it just feels like a very long time to wait for a more permanent closure, because that definitely feels like what this is ultimately going to culminate to. I feel like after the 5-year program, I would hope that there'd be more support for this. I mean, it seems like there's never going to be consensus with all the business owners along the street, obviously, but since it clearly shows that a majority of them like the program, and I think that it should be made permanent. I think there is also, even though people do enjoy like the road being closed to cars and being able to walk freely on them, I do think there, especially for me and I think for others, because people are still on the sidewalks most of the time, even when it's closed, it's kind of, there's just like mental barrier, I guess, with the fact that it's still a road, it still looks like a road, it still looks like a place for cars to be, even when it's closed. And I just think making it more like a plaza with bricks or other details to beautify it would be very nice and would make it a much more pleasant place to be, because like one of my favorite places to visit is Switchyard Park, and it has a very nice plaza for people to congregate and talk. And of course, in Kirkwood, it's different than a park, but it has it has all this economic vibrancy in this area that I think it just makes sense to close it permanently. And I won't be super disappointed, I guess, if of the 5-year plan happens, because it's better than it not happening at all. But I hope that a permanent plan is considered, because also, yeah, like the parking, again, like was said, there's plenty of parking garages nearby the area. There's the Poplar Garage, there's the 4th Street Garage that was recently constructed. There's plenty of parking for people who are able to walk to get to the downtown area. And for people who are disabled, I think it's a great compromise to have the handicap parking be on the nearby streets and along the cross streets for Kirkwood. I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can I just clarify one point? It would not take 5 years to make this an annual program. We would say we want to recommend that council approve the program to last for 3 to 5 years. So we don't have to do this annually. So it wouldn't take that long. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Mr. Lucas, do we have anybody on Zoom who would like to comment?
Not that I see, no.
Is there anybody else in council chambers who would like to comment on this item? All right, we'll come back to council members. Are there any follow-up questions? All right, and now we're ready for council comments. Do any council members want to comment? Councilmember Asari.
Make sure that what I was saying, I just need to clarify it, because what I was trying to say, not clearly, is that I think we should, as public commenters have just said, be moving towards a long-term closure of Kirkwood, and not a long-term seasonal closure, but a long-term closure of the street. And the point that I was trying to emphasize is that, this was sort of a fortunate side of a response to COVID, but we learned that it was about so much more than keeping people, 6 feet apart, that it was about creating third places in our city, and it was about supporting business, and it was about making it easier to shop downtown, and it was about making it easier to take my kids downtown. And I think that with that being said, and when we realize all of those benefits, that it's important that we respond in kind, right, and incorporating that into not a sort of we turn it on, turn it off thing, but that we think about how do we make that the case all the time. And so that's what I was trying to say. It was not a comment on, whether or not COVID is still a thing, or questioning the hard work that this group has done. I'm just literally saying, if that's the direction we're moving towards, you have my full support. I'd really want to work with you in making that happen, and I hope many of my colleagues would feel the same way.
Thank you. Other council member comments? Councilmember Zulik?
Hello. I just want to second what Councilmember Asari said, and as well as several of the speakers. Thank you for speaking. I know that's difficult to put as much love as we do into words that we have for Kirkwood. Something that Assistant Director De La Rosa said a couple weeks ago has really stuck with me, which is that closing Kirkwood would really be the physical embodiment of connecting the university with the city. For me, as the representative of that district and of most of campus, I've really been struggling with the fact that a lot of IU students do not feel like they are residents of Bloomington. They really just feel like they're residents at IU. And so I think that turning Kirkwood into a year-long closure would really help all students feel like they were a part of our community in addition to being a part of their IU community, and those two things can really be one. And not to mention, members of Bloomington who have nothing to do with the university can also feel like they are neighbors with our IU students and anyone else who is associated with the university. So full support for year-round closure of Kirkwood pedestrian superhighway. Happy to meet with anyone and discuss further details. And yes, construction for that kind of change does take a hot minute. In the meantime, we can figure out how else we can make Kirkwood more accessible to communities who maybe need access to ADA parking spaces or people who don't have the capability to walk from parking garages. I'm happy to meet with anyone, and I'm happy to take ideas on how we can make Kirkwood as accessible as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council comments? Councilmember Rosenbarger?
Hi, thanks. I'm happy we at least get to do the parklet program, of course. Looking forward to a little bit of extra outdoor dining. I'm bummed kind of that, like, with Kirkwood not being closed, there really isn't another space in town that exists like that. So I think that also just points to like a real need to make sure this becomes permanent in the future and more predictable. I think we do talk a lot about Bloomington residents, getting to experience this, but I've definitely heard kind of randomly from people in the county as well that they are still very afraid of COVID and don't come into town unless they can eat outside. So that's it. Happy to support this, and just unfortunate that we have to wait a little while, but we'll get there.
Thank you. Other council comments? Councilmember Flaherty.
Thanks so much to Ms. Cooper-Smith, Ms. De La Rosa, Ms. Moninger, for the presentation, for all the work that's gone into this. You all always do such a great job of outreach and engagement and just making sure that's a program that works for everybody. I think this is our fifth year doing it, which is awesome. As I've said before, I think we just need to codify it and just go. You don't need to come back to us every year. We just do it. You don't need to come back to us every 5 years. If we want to change it in the future, the council can do that, and they will do that. So no need to come back to us. Just make it happen. So I look forward to that ordinance later. I appreciate it. Let's see. Related to Kirkwood, just since it's sort of a related topic of outdoor use of public space, downtown vibrancy, just to note that I think a lot of folks know, but some may not, that our transportation plan does have a goal of converting Kirkwood between Indiana and Walnut to a shared street. A shared street is curbless. It is essentially flush from building to building across, usually different materials, not like a traditional just blacktop pavement, but more like paving stones and different types of materials. Definitely more trees that would provide more shade, that kind of thing. And the transportation plan calls for a design charrette process. We want to gather input, have business owners, residents, folks from the university community, others provide input. I would maybe note a couple things. One is that I think actually extending to the B line makes more sense than stopping at Walnut. I've mentioned previously that I'm from Springfield, Illinois originally, and in the old state capitol building, they have the north and south side of the streets as pedestrian malls, and it's really great. It'd be the equivalent of having between Walnut and College on the north and south side of our courthouse as pedestrian malls. And so I think it's a really great way to actually interact with the square. It's like don't stop when you get to the square. Do the little bit more to actually connect it to these other great corridors that we have and have been building out because the value of the network effects that introduces. And so, another great thing about a shared street design is that it allows for testing and piloting. You can try things out, and it doesn't have to be you can move toward a permanent closure. Try something like Pearl Street in Boulder long term, but it doesn't have to be the final decision from the start. It gives flexibility. And we'll have a shared street soon in Hopewell neighborhood as well, as that's the main greenway and corridor through there that opens up to the B line. So again, invoking that idea of networks connecting our neighborhoods through this type of people-centric design. So just hoping, like my colleagues, that we can move towards that meaningfully during this term in terms of actual planning processes. So yeah, thank you very much again for all the work that's gone into this. Happy to support the resolution, of course.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? Councilmember Stossberg.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Flaherty for just a second for bringing up streets in the downtown area that are not just Kirkwood, because this outdoor dining also includes the square. And one of the things that is true about the square is that when you use a parking spot for outdoor dining, you are then dining right next to cars that are driving pretty fast sometimes going down Walnut and College. And so I just want to keep that in mind for everybody in terms of, it's great to think about Kirkwood as a pedestrian mall potentially, or a shared street, or some other design that is more pedestrian friendly. But we also need to remember that College and Walnut also need to be made a little bit more pedestrian friendly, especially around the square, especially when we're thinking about trying to attract people downtown and enjoy eating outside. I know that I don't always enjoy eating outside when there are cars going by, especially at high speed. So I just wanted to make sure to point that out as another thing that we can continue working on and doing better. Thank you.
Any other council comments before we move to a vote? All right, we will move to a vote on Resolution 2024-05. Madam Clerk.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Stossberg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
And Flaherty?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that resolution passes with a vote of 9-0. And now we will move on to Resolution 2024-08. Because I am a co-sponsor of this resolution, I'm going to hand the gavel over to Vice President Andy Ruff. And we will have a presentation prior to public comment, so if you don't want to stand through the presentation, you don't need to do so.
Thank you. It's, I believe, pretty common in bodies like this to do this when the chair is sponsoring a resolution or sponsoring legislation to have the vice chair chair the meeting. So we had a comment from our parliamentarian or a question.
Well, first we need to move this be introduced, and I want to remind everybody a little louder now that people aren't moving. This does not begin with public comment. This begins with it being read in, it begins with a presentation by the sponsors, and it begins with questions from council. So people who are standing right now may want to take a seat if you don't want to stand for an unknown amount of time while council goes through the first round of things. So on that note, I move that Resolution 2024-08 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second. Oh, well, it's been read and seconded, so will the clerk please read?
Vote onto whether or not.
Oh, yes. Okay, all in favor of the introduction and the second, say aye. Please say aye. Aye. Will the clerk please read?
Yes. Resolution 2024-08, a resolution calling for a cessation of hostilities and for delivery of humanitarian aid to civilians in Gaza. The synopsis is as follows. This resolution is let me try that again. I'm so sorry. This resolution is sponsored by Council Members Piedmont Smith and Rallo. It calls for national leaders to work toward a cessation of hostilities directed at innocent civilians in Gaza, a multilateral ceasefire to allow for the provision of humanitarian aid backed by significant financial support, the release of all hostages, and a lasting, peaceful solution to the conflict between Palestine and the State of Israel. Note, the title of the resolution was revised after distribution in the legislative packet on March 28, 2024, but before the introduction of the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I move that Resolution 2024-08 be adopted.
Second. Okay, before we begin, I hope I don't really need to say this. Councilmember Stossberg, at the start of the meeting, made a very good summary comment of what I'm about to say, but some people weren't here at that point. And so I'm going to say it again, try to summarize what Councilmember Strasburg did a great job of saying. So we need to create and maintain an environment in the room tonight where people feel safe to express their views and opinions. And we've had meetings in the recent past where that wasn't exactly the case. So please be respectful of the rules of comment tonight and of other people's right to have their say. We have to have rules and policies that apply equally to everyone in order for this forum to proceed and function fairly or even really function at all. In a moment, we'll have a motion regarding the duration of comment and the sharing of time for the sake of everyone getting to speak. So another thing I want to say is while applause or booing may seem relatively harmless, any actions that slow the progress of the meeting down in any way, even needing for us to pause just briefly to let claps and boos die down, translates into less time for speaker opportunities. And I know people are going to be enthusiastic or abhorrent by some things that are said. You can appreciate if you find other ways to express disapproval for a comment, do it in a way that does not cause any delay or any distraction for other speakers or any feeling of threatening to the other people in the room. Actual disruptions of the proceedings of the meeting and verbal attacks on the speakers will absolutely not be tolerated. I realize, of course, I'm not speaking to children here, and I respect everyone here, but we have to clearly state the rules for the evening. Do not heckle, shout down, speak out of turn, speak over the speaker whose turn it is, or in any way provoke or harass a speaker who's returned to their seat. These will all be considered disruptions, and disruptions will lead to removal from the council chambers by the Sergeant-at-Arms. So please cease your comments at the podium when your time is up. We have 2 podiums we're going to work from tonight. Please cease your comments at the podium when your time is up and relinquish the podium for the next speaker. Continuing to speak at the podium once your time has expired and you've been asked to step away from the podium will be considered a disruption. And refusal to relinquish will then, in a reasonable amount of time after the time has elapsed, will result in removal from the chambers by the Sergeant-at-Arms. Please be respectful of everyone and of the rules and of the policies and the intent of this meeting. If we can't hold a meeting in Bloomington, Indiana on this issue without participants creating a threatening, intimidating, intolerant environment, then what a sad, disillusioning irony that would be, given that we came here together for this meeting out of a hope for tolerance, human rights, and peace for this conflict in the Middle East. So with that, I would like to ask the sponsors to make their presentation, and then we will ask for the mayor if she would like to make a 5-minute presentation. I believe that the mayor didn't expect this to be starting so late and didn't actually expect to be able to make it tonight for the beginning of this this resolution, this item. So there was no plan in our process to have mayoral comment, but the mayor did make it, and I believe does wish to make a statement. Typically, we would have had that as part of our procedure. We would have known in advance, but I don't think the mayor knew she was going to make it here in time for this. So with that, sponsors.
Thank you, Councilmember Ruff. We are bringing forward this resolution to add our voice to those of over 100 other municipalities around the United States, demanding that humanitarian aid reach the civilian population of Gaza, which is facing famine, a lack of potable water, a lack of medical care, to the point of extreme crisis. We focus purposefully on the humanitarian catastrophe and not on the military and political causes of the disaster, nor on long-term solutions to the conflict between Hamas and the State of Israel. In order for humanitarian aid to reach the civilians in dire need, a cessation of hostilities must take place. Aid cannot reach needy families while bombs are falling, roads are destroyed, and fuel is lacking. Airdrops and a temporary floating pier are insufficient and unsafe. A ceasefire is needed. We recognize that there are humanitarian disasters unfolding in many parts of the world. The difference with Gaza is that our taxpayer dollars as American residents are being used to send weapons to one of the warring parties. Also, we have received a petition with hundreds of local signatories, as well as direct contact by many in Bloomington, asking for us as local elected officials to make a statement against the humanitarian catastrophe on their behalf. We also note that some community members are opposed to the Common Council taking any action on this topic at all. After many conversations with Bloomington residents, both in favor of and against a resolution, we decided to move ahead due to what we feel is a moral imperative to speak out about the man-made humanitarian catastrophe. The Common Council of the City of Bloomington has long embraced diversity, upheld the humanity and rights of all people, and spoken out against racism, xenophobia, and bigotry. We condemn anti-Semitism and want Jews to feel safe in our city. We condemn Islamophobia and want Muslims to feel safe in our city. We do not presume to know how to resolve the complicated, nuanced, long-standing conflict between the State of Israel and the Palestinian people. What we intend is to speak out against the intolerable cruelty of children dying of hunger, women subjected to surgery without anesthetic, and Gazans of all ages stricken by preventable disease and injuries due to unsafe drinking water and the military assault. The world must come to the aid of the civilian people of Gaza. It is our duty to demand that President Biden and our congressional delegation do everything they can to pressure all parties to cease the violence in order to save innocent lives. Now I'd like to speak and go through the resolution in detail. And let me get, okay. So as always in local resolutions, we start with whereas clauses, which kind of build the case and the background for why we are bringing forward the resolution. So first, we establish the local context. Thank you. Councilmember Ruff spoke about the history of resolutions we have here in Bloomington. The whereas clauses that we have included are the Common Council of Bloomington, Indiana, condemns all forms of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, and bigotry in Bloomington, and we welcome people from all backgrounds and beliefs in our city. We oppose all forms of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, and bigotry in all communities and advocate for the dignity and safety of all people. So some additional context, as I mentioned, we have a long history in the City Council of Bloomington of resolutions standing against injustice. This history goes all the way back to the Vietnam War, speaking out against the conflict in what was then called Indochina in early 1970s. This body has spoken out against the apartheid regime in South Africa, against the man-made humanitarian catastrophe in Darfur, about the injustice of not allowing homosexual couples to marry, about the injustice of not welcoming refugees from Syria to the state of Indiana, and many other issues standing up for the reproductive rights of women as well. So we have a long history of standing against injustices. In this particular case, we've had many calls from local Bloomingtonians asking us to speak out against the humanitarian catastrophe and in favor of a ceasefire. And as I mentioned at the outset, this case is also special in that our tax money is going to arm the state of Israel. Oops. The next three whereas clauses are talking about the current military situation, which started on October 7th, 2023, although it has a long history, but the current one started then. We condemn the October 7th, 2023 attack by Hamas, which killed about 1,200 people including about 700 innocent Israeli civilians, and the taking of 253 hostages by Hamas during that attack. And the attack by Hamas did lead to many of those deaths. Some of those deaths were also caused by other players, the Israeli Defense Forces and others. Furthermore, we condemn the widespread killing of innocent civilians by the Israeli Defense Forces in Gaza since the October 7th, 2023 attack, and note that as of March 24th, 2024, more than 32,226 Palestinians, civilians, and combatants have been killed, with about 2/3 comprising women and children. And we understand that Hamas does embed their fighters in and under civilian buildings, but many civilian deaths in Gaza could nonetheless be avoided while still prosecuting a war with Hamas. Number 5, we oppose all violence that leads to the loss of innocent lives and ongoing human suffering in both Palestine and Israel. And then the 6th whereas clause gets to the heart of our resolution, which is the humanitarian crisis. Hundreds of thousands of civilians in Gaza lack access to food, water, medicine, and other basic necessities of life. With the World Health Organization reporting widespread child malnutrition, lack of potable water, and rampant levels of disease, as well as imminent famine. And here I can add a very recent report from the UN International Court of Justice. The court observes that Palestinians in Gaza are no longer facing only a risk of famine, but that famine is settling in. Then what are we actually asking for? Now we get to the meat of the resolution. The City of Bloomington Common Council hereby urges our national leaders to work urgently and diligently toward 1, a cessation of hostilities directed to innocent civilians, especially children. 2, a lasting bilateral ceasefire in Gaza to allow humanitarian aid to the civilian population. 3, significant financial support for this humanitarian aid. 4, the immediate release of all hostages. 5, a sustainable, peaceful solution to the conflict between Palestinians and the State of Israel. Simply put, the level of suffering of innocent people is unacceptable. The people of Gaza need food, water, medical care, and basic infrastructure to support the dense population. The civilians of Gaza and of Israel all deserve peace. Councilmember Rallo and I feel that is our moral obligation to bring forward this resolution as elected representatives of the people of Bloomington to state unequivocally that this level of humanitarian crisis that is man-made is unacceptable and we must do something to stop it. Now, I now turn it over to Councilmember Rallo to add his part of the presentation.
I just have a short bit. I think that my colleague, Council President Piedmont Smith, did an excellent job. I did want to say that we have spoken with a lot of people over the last few weeks, a lot of the residents, our constituents, and I just want to express our thanks to everyone that we've spoken to for sharing your views. This resolution, we strove to adhere to the facts that were verified, could be verified, for instance, from the U.S. government on the numbers, reputable news organizations, UN, and international aid agencies. As my colleague said, the goal is humanitarian relief. Our motivation was for the innocents, particularly the children in this conflict. As of March 17th, the UN Children's Agency stated that over 13,000 children have been killed in this conflict in Gaza. UNICEF reports that over 1,000 children have had their limbs amputated. And because of the lack of aid, many are now operated on without anesthetic. Famine is now in North Gaza. 210,000 people there are in phase 5, as defined by the UN's IPC Integrated Food Security Phase classification of catastrophic. 900,000 in South Gaza are classified as experiencing catastrophic food insecurity. Hundreds of thousands will be starving if aid isn't delivered soon. These circumstances are avoidable. This is a humanitarian catastrophe, and it must be addressed. This cannot continue. I don't expect the situation to get better without people speaking out. It's not going to get better on its own. And to the extent that we can help avert this crisis, I feel compelled that we must speak out. Thank you.
Thank you, sponsors. Would the mayor, we'd like to invite the mayor up to give her perspective.
Good evening, council members. I indeed was not supposed to be here this evening. I was up at a AIM conference in Indianapolis and had tuned into the middle of the meeting, evidently, and learned that there were white supremacist and Nazi comments made at the beginning of this meeting. I'm sorry, I'm sad and furious. I condemn all hate speech. It is inappropriate. And while I stand for freedom of speech, and we will always allow it in these council chambers, I'm here tonight to ask the people of Bloomington, when you hear hatred, when you hear Nazi speech, when you hear deliberate threats and condemnation of Black and brown people, you do not need to say something perfectly. Just stand up and say something.
Are we allowed to boo?
No, you're not allowed to boo, and you're not allowed to clap right now. But you are allowed to get up to the microphone at public comment when it's your time. It is important that as a community, we stand together and we condemn this speech and the actions that we know go with that speech. I am disappointed in our community. I am not surprised, but I am shocked. And I know for my Black and brown neighbors, they're not shocked or surprised because they experience this a lot. But I need to be shocked, and the rest of us who felt shocked and didn't know what to say, here I am saying it imperfectly. When you see it, when you hear it, stand up and say something. I'm grateful to the council members. I had no idea what you were talking about at the end of the Safe Streets presentation until I asked one of our colleagues what on earth was going on. To the residents of Bloomington, I hope you stand with me. I hope that you have the courage to stand up and cry at a microphone in public and express your sadness. This is something we can do in Bloomington. This is a place that we can make safe for all people, and I am committed to doing that. And I hope we spend as much time focused on how we do that and listening to people who experience this every day and figuring out our pathways towards that safety as we have in listening to this resolution and other resolutions on peace and justice, because it starts here. Thank you for allowing me this time.
Okay, now we're ready to move to questions from council members for the sponsors. So do we have any questions from council members for the sponsors? Seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Strasburg.
One question that I think I know the answer to, and I will ask that, do you both feel that you did more than your due diligence in trying your best to thread what was a very tiny needle to create a resolution that was as, I'll say, inclusive as possible without alienating anybody?
I certainly tried.
I'm sure people are disappointed from various sides. I have my own views on what's happening in Gaza. I didn't seek to put them in the resolution. What we sought to do is to speak to the community and see if we could find a place where we all agree, where our common humanity is. And that is protecting innocents, especially children.
Councilmember Sari.
Thank you so much. I think it might be useful to speak a little bit about, I'm sorry, I will project. I think it might be quite useful, both for our purposes and for the public, following on from Councilmember Strasburg's question, to maybe speak on the ways that you've incorporated feedback that you've received, from sort of first, I think for many people, what was produced, they don't see all the process that went behind that. And so what was included, taken out, and what was the reasoning for that?
Well, Councilmember Asari, you want us to relive all the anguish of writing this resolution. The initial text that was presented to us in February was a longer resolution and was, I would say, more strongly worded against Israel and in favor of, well, there were several things in it that we cut out. So after the February 28th meeting or the 27th, whenever it was that we had a lot of people here in council chambers speaking to us and asking us to take up a resolution, shortly after that, I started from scratch, and I just wanted to focus on the humanitarian catastrophe that I wanted to condemn. And I reached out to Councilmember Rollo, and he felt the same. So, I mean, there were people who were pro-Palestinian activists who wanted us to incorporate mention of UNRWA, the United Nations agency that works with Palestinian refugees, and we know that it has been reported in the media that some members of UNRWA were active in Hamas, and so we decided to not include UNRWA. Also, we were asked to put in a clause saying that the United States should stop selling any weapons to Israel. We took that out as well. Again, I have my personal feelings. We were trying to just stay away from the political and the military and just focus on the humanitarian. which I know in many minds they can't be separated, but what else? We added in, also many some pro-Palestinian activists and some who I met with today want to take out both the third and the fourth whereas clauses, especially the third, I guess, and then to balance it, the fourth, where we call out Hamas for October 7th, because their reasoning was that this all started way before that, and this was just, kind of one incident, and that there has been actions that one could label as terrorist on both sides. And then the fourth whereas clause is the killing of innocent civilians. We added by the Israeli Defense Forces in Gaza. It was in the passive voice, which didn't seem to balance with calling out Hamas in the previous clause. Councilmember Rollo, can you speak to other things that we changed? I'm not remembering them all now.
I think you've done a good job. Yeah, I don't have anything to add.
Question.
Yes, you may.
And how, to the question asked by Councilmember Strasburg, how were the voices or opinions of those who initially had strong opposition to even the introduction of this resolution incorporated into the resolution, or were they at all?
Well, like I said, we didn't mention UNRWA, which was one thing that they certainly didn't want, because that organization has been tainted in their eyes. There were, I would have to pull up the original proposal that we got from BPAC. There were some other, gosh, I don't remember now. There were other things in there that were more pointedly against the Israeli government that we left out. I don't remember specifics.
I would also add that we deliberated a long time about the ceasefire reference, and it seemed impractical, impossible to deliver the aid without a form of ceasefire. You can't, in an open fire zone, you can't deliver the aid that's needed in the quantity that's needed. We deliberated a long time about the nature of the ceasefire, and we came to the conclusion that a lasting ceasefire is necessary at this point in order for this amount of suffering to be addressed and to be stopped. So I think that covers the evolution of this. Thank you.
Other questions from council members at this point? I would like to just follow up. Well, I would just like to follow up on Councilmember Osari's last question. Would either of you, the sponsors, say that the inclusion of the strong statement regarding October 7th and Hamas, that was an active part of the effort to accommodate the concerns or the priorities of the folks who did not want this resolution really to come forward at all?
Yes.
Okay, other questions from council members?
If I can pull up the original language if you want more. No? Okay.
So I will have council member Osari ask more questions if no one else has any. First, go ahead.
How, and I'm asking this question with all respect, but I think it's very important, again, because a lot of this has happened without people being able to see, right, what we were doing. And you know that I have stood here every day I get a chance to talk about how our processes don't really allow for the type of dialogue often required for certain things. And so it's thus my line of questioning. But how many hours or minutes or seconds would you say that you've spent in your significant community outreach and constituent outreach efforts?
Dozens. And I don't think an hour has gone by when I haven't thought about this resolution for the last month, at least.
Yeah. Do we include the sleepless nights, or? I have to say, at my constituent meeting, there was only one person who was really engaged on this issue. So, but we had many, that was just my regularly scheduled constituent meeting. Obviously, we had many other conversations.
Other questions from council members? Seeing none, would the parliamentarian like to make a motion about how we're going to structure public comment?
I would like to move that council allow each speaker 2 minutes to comment on Resolution 2024-08, and that the total public comment period on this item be limited to 3 hours total, which, in case we're rough on math, that's about 90 speakers, if we can manage to be efficient with transitioning between speakers. So that was a motion. It needs a second, and then it can be discussed and/or voted on.
Could I ask, is it out of line to ask a question about how many, indication of how many people are online that might want to comment before we vote on this? Can we?
We need a second
Okay.
before we do
We need
anything
a second.
else.
Can I second with
Yeah, you
a
can
comment? I don't.
No, just second, and then we
Okay,
can-
second.
Right.
It's been seconded, so we hope for discussion. And Mr. Lucas, do you have any indication of how many people are out there that might want to contact and virtually?
There are 65 Zoom participants. That includes support staff and some members of the media. So that number's been going up as we got to this item. There are 11 hands raised currently without sending out the invite, so I expect we'll see more.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Flaherty? Relevant for folks to know, and including relevant to the structure of public comment, including the duration for each speaker, is that we passed an ordinance last year, the year before, called the Reasonable Hour Ordinance, and Bloomington Code 2.04.420 states that after 11:59 p.m., a motion and a second to adjourn does not require a vote and ends the meeting immediately with no opportunity for recess or other debate. We did go a little past midnight to about 12:20 last week. Ultimately, that ordinance was brought and supported, I think, unanimously by this council because of the occasional tendency over the years to drift into 1, 2, even 3 a.m. in meetings. Recognizing we have lots of working professionals and just general respect for everybody's time, it's this difficult balance in trying to respect that people are here for a thing tonight, but at the same time recognizing that a meeting has to have an end sometime. And so when I hear 3 hours of public comment, I think with respect, as we near midnight, my approach would be to recess to another future meeting date to continue the conversation of this meeting, if that's what's required, based on the structure of debate. And if not, I'd be one of those seeking to adjourn shortly after midnight. And so to me, that might be relevant for folks making decisions about this, also recognizing this debate impacts time. Sorry. Thank you, Councilmember Flaherty. Other council members want to weigh in? Councilmember Rosenberger, did you have your hand? I couldn't tell.
Yeah. I was just, I'm sorry, Councilmember Flaherty, are you saying we follow the reasonable hour rule and then we postpone if we need to?
Clarify, we have to make a motion to recess to a future date prior to midnight and someone invoking that through a motion to adjourn. If the motion to adjourn is invoked and seconded, the meeting is over immediately. There's no opportunity to recess. So we need to anticipate that and recess prior to midnight if that is in fact what a majority would support.
Can I make another motion without withdraw? Do we have to withdraw the motion on the table before we can? Because
Vote on the motion on the table.
Okay, well, so I guess because you said it. I mean, so maybe we set it for an hour, and then we can always motion to extend. I think makes more sense than voting for 3 hours and, keeping it that way.
So Councilmember Sarr, did you make a motion there?
I cannot until it be withdrawn or we vote on it.
Do we have to vote on it?
So I would have to withdraw the motion, and I'll be honest, I made this motion not looking at the clock. And I made this motion based on a discussion earlier today about how to manage public comment during this. And I don't necessarily want to belabor this resolution in terms of bringing it to another night. And I also don't want to stifle the potential of, people are here and they want to talk about it. And I already said, I think that public comment is really important and people need to be able to say what it is that they want to say. So I am on board with withdrawing this motion and then considering, I think that we still need to limit public comment. And I really don't want to, run up against that 11:59 limit and somebody motion and then adjourn and not having had the time to finish this conversation. So I'll withdraw that motion, I guess, and I will move that council allow each speaker 2 minutes and end public comment at 11:40 unless, and leave that open for an extension of public comment at that time if council wants to extend public comment.
So it's been moved and seconded, though, so could I have a little guidance from the parliamentarian on, because Councilmember Rosenbarger wants to make a comment?
Yeah, comments are okay. So I just said 2 minutes per speaker, ending a hard stop at 11:40.
Okay, so.
And then considering at that
So
time.
Councilmember Rosenbarger's comment or question needs to be related to the motion, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead.
My comment is just that I'm up for that motion. I will support that motion, and I do want to just spoiler alert, I will want to invoke the reasonable hour rule when it's time. So I just want to have that out there for transparency that I will be ready to end this meeting at midnight, or to vote to end this meeting, make a motion to end this meeting at midnight. Okay.
Any other comments on the motion? Go ahead, Councilmember Strasburg.
This is a comment on the motion, but mostly this is a comment to the public to just bear that in mind when you think about the number of people who might want to speak and using every single second of your 2 minutes. It's really hard. I'm really sorry.
Other comments about the motion on the table? Councilmember Zulik?
I would just say, I think the majority of people in the room, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we want this to be over tonight.
So, Councilmember Zulik, can I ask you, are you saying that you would not support Councilmember Rosenbarger's invocation of the 11:59 rule?
I'm just saying, I think we would, not at all.
It doesn't matter whether Councilmember Zulik supports that or not. If Councilmember Rosenbarger motions and there's a second from anybody, there's no discussion, there's no vote.
That is what I'm saying.
We all get to stand up and walk out.
I just wanted to be clear about what Councilmember Zulik was saying her position was, that's all.
Yes, I guess for the public in favor of keeping this as respectable time as possible, if someone else has already made the point that you are interested in making, perhaps state your name, second what they've said, and end your comment there so that we can keep people and have as many people talk as possible.
Any other comments on the motion that's on the table? Is this a roll call?
It can be a voice vote.
Can be a voice vote? So all in favor, say aye. Aye. So at this point, we're ready to move to, any opposed? Seeing none, we're ready to move to public comment. We'll alternate from one podium to the next, and we'll start on my left.
Members of the council, my name is David Keppel. I would like to commend and thank the sponsors of this resolution. They took on a thankless task that like any human being, they didn't want to do. They worked at it extremely diligently. They consulted a wide range of informed opinion in this city. The result is a resolution that isn't perfect and isn't to everyone's satisfaction. In fact, perhaps it isn't to anyone's satisfaction. But I think they deserve the highest praise for understanding that silence is not an option. Terrible killing is underway, funded by the US government. We have a responsibility and a possibility to try to stop that. That is why a ceasefire is so very important. On Monday night, the Israeli military struck a food aid convoy run by World Central Kitchen. And 3 vehicles were struck, 7 aid workers were killed. The Prime Minister of Israel quite appropriately apologized for the strike. He remarked, "It happens in war." That is why a ceasefire is necessary now, with malice toward none, with charity for all. Please pass this resolution. Thank you.
Your comments. On my right,
who ended with Heil Hitler, he talked about the so-called Jewish wars that were going on in the world, implying that Jews are behind all wars, alluded to some dark conspiracy involving NGOs. And, you know, as horrified as a lot of us were by this, I also want to note that guess who else makes the same claim about Jews being behind all wars and being engaged in a worldwide conspiracy? The Islamic resistance movement, also known as Hamas, laid out in great detail in their 1988 charter, a document they have never revoked since then. The Nazi Party in the 1930s made extremely similar arguments. It was very handy to divert the working people of Germany's anger about the Depression and their oppression toward Jews instead of the system as a whole. So, on October 7th, as has been noted, Hamas carried out these killings of 1,200 people, 5,000 wounded, more than 200 taken hostage. This was a deliberate strategy to provoke war, to create martyrs in Gaza, to win sympathy. Hamas can end the acknowledged humanitarian disaster very quickly themselves by laying down their arms and releasing the hostages. So they have promised, nonetheless, they will do these kinds of attacks again and again and again. A ceasefire will only give them more breathing room. So as a first step to rid the world of these murderous Jew haters, to defend Israel as a refuge for Jews, and to develop the possibility for a real leadership the Palestinian people deserve.
Your time is up.
They need to be defeated, and I urge you to vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for comments. And I would like to remind people to please sign in for the record that you did make public comment at the meeting. So always state your name, and then if you could sign in on the sign-in sheets, that'd be appreciated, especially by the clerk.
I'm a member of Citizens Concerned for Justice in Palestine, Israel, and a member of the Jewish faith. I want to second the comments of David Keppel. I want to thank Council President Isabel Piedmont and member Dave Roll for taking the initiative in composing the resolution before the Council. It reflects input from a diverse range of individuals and associations. No resolution will ever be acceptable to everyone, but this resolution represents the most basic and reasonable principles for cessation of hostilities, a multilateral ceasefire to allow humanitarian aid to civilian populations with significant financial support, the immediate release of hostages, and steps towards a peaceful solution to the conflict between Palestinians and Israelis. If we are unable to support a resolution of these fundamental principles, How can we expect Israelis and Palestinians to ever stop the ongoing slaughter and harm done to innocent people on both sides of the conflict?
Your comments. To my right.
I'm Ramsey Harik. Thank you, Council, for hearing this resolution. I know it's been a long, hard slog for you, and I know that you have been, all of you, subjected to extraordinary mass-produced pressure to pretend that what's going on in Gaza really isn't, or if it is, then it's really none of your business. But, of course, it is your business, isn't it? You represent the citizen taxpayers of Bloomington, and it's our taxpayers, our tax dollars that are funding this slaughter, so yes, it's relevant to Bloomington. I know also that you have been subjected to bullying and insulting treatment by some among those who inexplicably oppose a ceasefire, which raises a painful and difficult question, which is, namely, what kind of a person opposes a ceasefire? What kind of person says no to negotiations toward a sustainable peace, no to humanitarian aid, no to exchange of hostages, and instead says, more killing for me, please. Let's keep blowing up those kids and aid workers and doctors and nurses. It's all worth it. Although it, of course, is never made clear. I suspect that such a person, and I'm trying to be as charitable as possible here, has allowed fear and disinformation and even a little bloodlust to get the better of his or her fundamental human decency. But all that is a matter between such a person and his or her God. My point is this: it's not a good look. I don't think that City Council wants to be identified with such a position, and I don't think that the City Council members or the mayor or the people of Bloomington want to be on record as saying, in effect, onward with the slaughter, because that is precisely what opposition to a ceasefire means, and no amount of obfuscation can distract us from that any longer. The point of this is not to turn world affairs upside down. The point of this resolution is to stand with everyone else on the planet who opposes injustice. That's called solidarity. Please stand with the people of Palestine and the people of Israel by passing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. On my left.
My name is Lawrence Levy. I oppose the City Council making proposals about international and global affairs in locations situated 8,000 miles away. Their mandate explicitly states that their purpose is enacting legislation that fosters the health, safety, and welfare of the city while ensuring the delivery of municipal services. How does this proposed resolution align with this mandate? Piedmont Smith and Rollo state that their concern is the intolerable cruelty inflicted on children due to many factors, including unsafe drinking water. If that's the case, why hasn't the City Council ever proposed a resolution to address the suffering of children due to lead and polluted water within our own country in places such as Flint, Michigan, and Jackson, Mississippi? Why has the City Council never presented a proposal demanding justice for the Rohingya, a Muslim group in Myanmar where children still face disease outbreaks and malnutrition? Why hasn't there been a proposal for the Muslim Uyghur population in China who experience forced assimilation, forced sterilization, and suppression of being able to practice Islam? While the resolution calls for a multilateral ceasefire, it is essential to remember that there was a ceasefire on October 6th, which was then broken by Hamas attacks on October 7th. The world is replete with suffering. Engaging in virtue signaling to demonstrate care or portray oneself as a good person amounts to nothing more than a symbolic gesture that effectively achieves nothing and squanders the time and energy of the City Council on matters beyond its purview. So why would some members of the City Council want to push a proposal like this? Allow me to quote a favorite of one of the council members, Dr. Martin Luther King. When people criticize Zionists, they mean Jews. You're talking anti-Semitism. The energy of the City Council would be better spent on helping the disadvantaged within the city's boundaries.
Thank you for your comment. I think at this point we need to move online for a couple of comments of virtual attendance.
We do have several hands raised on Zoom. If there are others that would like to speak, please let us know by raising your hand or sending a chat to the host. First up is Jim Conley.
Good evening, Council. I would like to voice my approval, and I hope that you pass the ceasefire resolution. And I want to point out why I feel this way. There's many people pointing out the atrocities that the terrorist state of Israel is inflicting on innocent women and children in Gaza, but not everybody's talking about why they're doing it. Israel, actually, this didn't happen anywhere near October 7th. There's a book out called The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. This has been happening for years. There's thousands of Palestinian political prisoners that have been held by Israel for a long time. And the reason why Hamas went in on October 7th was, according to Abu Obadiah, the Hamas spokesperson, they went in there because of these 5 red cows that were sent in from Texas, because the Jews in Israel want to bring about the Antichrist. So I encourage all Muslims to read your Qurans and hold true to what your Quran says about these disgusting Jews.
So we're going to move to another online speaker, and I want to thank everybody for maintaining their composure during what many of us will find to be extremely offensive, but we appreciate it very much, and everyone at the meeting, I think, appreciates it. So, do we have another speaker online?
Next is Anna.
Hello. Well, please. Exit. You're being. This is a disruption to the meeting. This is exactly what we were talking about. So, if you want to leave, please do. But please leave. So, this the next speaker online.
What? Sorry.
Could we have the Sergeant at Arms please remove that the speaker?
What?
Thank you. So. Okay, so sorry.
I'm confused
We had a disruption. We had a disruption in the chambers.
Okay.
Please start your timer over again from 0.
I thought I was getting pushed to the back.
No, you weren't. So please take your time now. Starting now.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to say, especially after the previous commenter before me, that as someone who is here to support the ceasefire resolution, that I'm extremely alarmed by the anti-Semitic comments made tonight. And I think those comments exemplify why it is so dangerous to conflate all support for Palestine with anti-Semitism. There's absolutely nothing comparable about calling for a ceasefire or supporting freedom and equality for Palestinians, or simply criticizing the government of a nation. It is not at all comparable to the anti-Semitic comments we heard tonight, including the absolutely awful comments of Hail Hitler. Those comments are unacceptable. And I will say, if the city council is so concerned about anti-Semitism, they need to take it seriously when it shows up plainly in their face, instead of smearing all support for Palestine as inherently anti-Semitic. And the commenters who made those comments were not engaging in democratic debate. They were not here to just voice their opinion, and they should have all been removed from the Zoom chat and removed from those who were in person if they were saying that stuff. That's unacceptable. I don't have a lot else to say other than I really support this ceasefire resolution, and I hope you pass it. Thank you.
Could you please repeat your name? We were interrupted when you first got on. Okay, we might have lost that speaker. So, Stephen, that was to keep in mind that I think the victory for those speakers would be to disrupt this meeting and turn it into an ugly, chaotic shouting match. So I appreciate everybody taking the high road here. Another online speaker. This would be the third one. Mr. Lucas, that we've done online?
Next is Amir Rosenfeld.
Good evening. My name is Amir Rosenfeld. For the record, as you have requested, may I continue? Oh, my timer's going. Okay. Again, my name is Amir Rosenfeld. I'm a dual Israeli-American citizen. I spent my formative teenage years in Israel going to yeshiva. And I am not in support of a ceasefire simply because of the attacks that have been consistently happening on my people. Most recently, the Jewish peoples have been kicked out of Yemen and Afghanistan in the last couple of years during the turmoil there. Before that, in 2014, from San Juan, La Laguna, Guatemala. And then in 1972, it was Uganda. In 1968, it was Poland. In 63, it was Algeria. In 59, it was Cuba. In 56, it was Egypt. And I can keep going and going and going, enlist records back over 2,000 years where there were pogroms against my people, against my faith. And you think that Israel doesn't have the right to defend itself? If a child who's throwing a rock at you is going to grow up in 4 or 5 years translating that into shooting rockets at you, you need to do what you need to do. I don't think violence is necessarily the answer, but at some point when you're being met with violence, you have to go on equal footing and just do what's right. Israel has the right to exist, and actually we should be advocating for greater Israel, because once this campaign against these terrorists in Palestine is completed, I will have my beachfront property in Gaza. I will have that because I know that my people will fight for their right to exist against this unwashed horde of people who exist solely for the complete destruction of the illegitimate state of Israel. And it's ridiculous. This is our land. We're God's chosen people. We have more rights than any of those Muslims in that area. This is our land, and we deserve it. Thank you.
Time is up. Speaker, I think we'll go to in person. We have more people in the room, I think, than we do online, so I think it's okay to have gone 5 and 3. So we'll move back to the room. So, and we ended on my left, so on my right.
Hello, my name is Lori Havener. On 2 occasions, I've had the privilege of participating in the olive harvest in the West Bank in Palestine. As some or many of you may know, this is where people come from all over the world to try to protect the Palestinian farmers as they and their families harvest olives on their farms every October. The international presence helps to diminish the Israeli settler violence that happens every single year. Israeli settlers shoot at, harass, and throw trash at the Palestinian farmers as they try and harvest their olives and try to continue to live on their ancestral homeland in the West Bank. Just a few weeks ago, the New Yorker magazine published an article about a Palestinian farmer who was shot and killed while he was harvesting olives on his land. Tragically, this event is not unusual, and this type of settler violence has occurred for decades and has only escalated since October 7th, as the world looks the other way and settlers and soldiers are emboldened. During these same trips, our group also visited Hebron. As I walked toward the old city, I saw spray painted in blue, the blue of the Israeli flag, gas the Arabs. Shortly thereafter, I visited the old city where Palestinian shop owners have been forced to erect steel netting above and across the areas in front of their shops. Why? Because the Israeli settlers who live in the city center, and that's what's unusual about Hebron, the settlement is in the city center. Those who live there, the settlers, continuously throw their trash, blocks of wood, rotten vegetables, other sorts of filthy debris onto the Palestinian storefronts. Everywhere we looked up, we saw the filthy debris that would have hit someone if it were not for the steel netting. In fact, since October 7th, over 600 incidents of settler violence against Palestinians have occurred. None of this would be remotely possible without the unconditional support of the U.S. government and various evangelical churches, of course. The least you can do, it seems to me,
Your time is up.
Is to vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. To my left.
My name is Bryce Green, and I am a student at Indiana University and a Bloomington resident for about 8 years now. And first, I'd like to present on behalf of many of the community supporters in support of this ceasefire resolution, a petition of over 2,000 signatures, most of whom who are Bloomington residents, we're pretty sure all of them are, who are in support of this resolution. So I guess I give this to you. And the reason that they're in support of this resolution is obvious. You've seen all the death, you've seen all the destruction, and you've seen the bloodlust. You've seen Israelis openly say in their Telegram channels that they're exterminating the cockroaches. You've seen the attack on aid workers where they bombed an aid truck, and when a second truck rescued the survivors, the Israelis bombed that one. And when a third truck came and picked up those survivors, the Israelis bombed the third one. And they do this because, of course, they want to starve the Palestinian population. That's the justification for destroying the hospitals. That's the justification for this AI system that they have to pick their targets. And they do this in a way that's designed to cause maximum damage on those people. And they do this all with American support. Now, the city council has already decided to water down this resolution somewhat to lighten the criticism of Israel, even as since they've watered down that language, they've killed thousands more. So it's time for you to ask yourselves whether or not you're willing to tell your kids that you went easy on Israel as they were committing one of the worst genocides in history, or whether you stood up to the people who are very overtly pro-war and pro-death and pro-destruction. You have a choice. Future generations will be looking at us, and you don't want to be having to defend evil in front of them. Thank you.
Thank you. On my right?
Miyari, Idataino, Nairile, Hannah Luisa Vargas. Hello, my relatives. My name is Hannah Luisa Vargas. I'm here because I am in approval of this resolution to pass this has a diplomatic global intervention in the United Nations. This is an indigenous issue. An indigenous issue, I'm an indigenous for Toro Island. I'm in distress. That's why I have this flag of resistance against settlers, colonizers, a state like United States has Israel. And also here in solidarity of Palestinians who are also indigenous of their land in Palestine. United States and Israel, settler states, together are perpetrating colonialism around the globe. In Palestine, Puerto Rico, Congo, Haiti, and even that, the other colleagues mentioned about Guatemala, the Guatemalan massacre, and many other places. Many nations had to hold the accountabilities of especially this resolution supporting supporting occupation, genocide, displacement against Palestinians. Literally, Israel is making a lot of genocide, even rape women, and then killing them, executing them. I just support this as a permanent ceasefire now.
Thank you for your comments. Time is up. On my left.
Hi, my name is Elliot Josephine Layla Reichert. I live in Bloomington, been here for 5 years, homeowner 403. I rise in support of this resolution, and I congratulate and thank the members of the council who have put forth this resolution. There's been a lot of debate tonight. I'm grateful for all of it. I have been privileged to spend quite a lot of time in Palestine over the past 10 years, sometimes weeks at a time, sometimes months at a time. It is worse than you actually have seen on the news and on Al Jazeera and on the internet. The oppression of Palestinians is complete, it is total, it is essential, and it is supported for the past 75 years plus by billions and billions and billions of dollars of our taxpayers' money. So it's quite disingenuous when we say that this issue doesn't concern us, that this issue is far away. It's actually, it's quite American. It is billions of dollars American. It is thousands of settlers in the West Bank of Palestine and joint Israeli-American citizens, like our previous commenter, who expressed their views here tonight. This is my grandfather's keffiyeh. He got it in the 60s in Jordan. He's not Palestinian, he's not Arab, he was an American. He was stationed in the Air Force, and he was selling arms to Israel at the time. And I learned about Palestinian liberation through him. And I think it is just very ironic to me wearing this keffiyeh in this room, thinking about my grandfather who would probably disagree with my beliefs and statements, just thinking about the blood and the money, the American blood and the American money that has been spent in an ethno-nationalist colonial project far, far away. And I encourage us to stop supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. To my right, please.
Hi there. My name is Dawood Mahdi, lifelong resident here. First, I wanted to say thank you guys for putting this to a vote. It's very courageous. There's a lot of speeches and information going around. I think I'm going to do an analogy to articulate and illustrate what's going on. There's a husband and wife and been married for many, many years. The husband's exceptionally abusive. He controls what she eats, if she leaves the house, what she can see a doctor, and if she ever gives any attitude or anything, he lets her have it. So one year, many, many years into the marriage, after so much abuse, she's had enough and stands up and slaps him. So his response in retaliation is to beat her so bad she's in the hospital, in the ICU, hanging for life. All her friends and family are begging for justice, but he on the other side is saying, I just got slapped. I'm to use self-defense, ignoring all the years of oppression and aggression towards her and abuse. Lucky for him, he's a very important person with powerful friends, so no charges are brought to him. This might seem like an extreme analogy, but it's not, because the reality is more extreme. The reality, the police come and then give him weapons, give him brass knuckles and a belt and say, continue. That's the reality. You guys are the leaders here for this town. I want you to please vote for this resolution. Stand up with your convictions and your principles. Don't stand up against oppression, stand for peace, and stand tall.
I don't know if you stated your name. If you did, I've forgotten. Please sign in, though. I think we've done 5 again, and so now we can maybe move to a few comments online.
Next on Zoom is Molly Conger.
Hi, my name is Molly Cogner, and I would really like to speak about the ceasefire. First and foremost, I'd like to put something into perspective. My grandmother was born in 1942. Israel was not a state until she was 7 years old. She was in 2nd grade, essentially. And you have to think something that is so new to sit there and say that they have a right to continue to take land is honestly disgusting. This isn't a new concept. The only thing that's different now versus what has been happening for as long as it has is the fact that we can see it. It's not that the atrocities are worse now. It's that the internet is a thing. That is the only difference. We are able to be more informed. There was a time period where when these things would happen, we would rely on our media to tell us who was doing this, when it happens, and all that. And we're no longer in that state because people there can take videos and they can send it on the internet and then it goes viral, whether the media would like us to see it or not. Now, what we're essentially doing when we say that it's anti-Semitic to point out these facts, or it's anti-Semitic to have an opinion on this, which we are told this in a lot of aspects, schools, jobs, a lot of us are not allowed to speak about it because it's considered anti-Semitic. What we are being told is that essentially we are fighting a holy war. If it's anti-Semitic to be against a state that's murdering, we are fighting a holy war in 2024. So because we're doing that, I'd like to read from their religious texts. Now, I'm sure you've all heard of the Torah. They also have the Talmud. Let's read a little bit from it. Yevamot 98a. All non-Jew children are
I'm sorry, but your time has expired. I'm sorry. Can we move to the next online speaker, Mr. Lucas? Do you have the ability to move on to the next one? Thank you.
Yes, next on Zoom is Carl Jones. Able to enable audio. It doesn't look like he's connected. I'll move on to Maxwell Wolf. Perhaps Mr. Jones could disconnect and reconnect.
Hi, this is Maxwell Wolf. I just want to say, well, I guess I want to say that it's just kind of odd to me that you the eight of you, 9 of you sitting at that desk talking about oh, the sleepless nights, oh, this and that. And whoever the speaker was before the public comment, with the tears, and it was just so much. And then there was like 10 to 15 minutes of talking about, well, how long should we go? And then we started, and we're not going to finish tonight, and we'll have to wait till next Wednesday. And in that time, who knows what will happen? More people will die in Gaza. And at the end of it all, nothing will happen in Bloomington, and the police here will still clear the homeless camps and will still abuse and colonize right here at home, and would still take money from their workers and send it to Israel to kill more Palestinians, all while abusing and oppressing the people here in America. And those people are majority Black, Indigenous, people of color, but everybody in America is oppressed, and you are all a part of that, and you all contribute to that, and you all profit off of that. And that's why you cannot make this decision, the right decision, because then you will make less money. And even if you don't think that, you know it's true because you accept money for land contractors in Bloomington to build more houses, so you can extort the entire city and you profit off of that. Thank you.
We'll move back to the council chambers, I think, at this point for comments. On my left, please.
Yeah. Well, I'll just cut to the point. I think my name is David Thielen. It's a local fact that lots of community organizations, 2,000 people have signed a petition asking for a ceasefire. I'm sure each one of those 2,000 has a different agenda. And I'm amazed that you folks listen to all the various points of view that are being expressed. But behind it, there's one message: stop the killing. And I think that's what holds all this together. Earlier, you were talking about wondering how peer cities react to things. We, of course, if we join this, would be one of over 100 cities that have done it. Most other Big Ten communities have done it. You want to talk about peer cities? Iowa City, ceasefire resolution. Madison, ceasefire resolution. Ann Arbor, ceasefire resolution. Lansing, Columbus, Chicago. The question is simply, doesn't Bloomington belong in this group? They're our peers. Please support a ceasefire along with other Big Ten schools.
Najla Routsong, and I want to thank council members Piedmont, Smith, and Rollo for their courage and leadership in sponsoring a Gaza ceasefire resolution for Bloomington. While these events are taking place quite far from Indiana, they are materially and actively supported by the U.S. government through its active military, economic, and diplomatic support for these heinous and criminal acts taking place in Gaza. For those of us who have long advocated for the human and legal rights of the Palestinian people to their self-determination, this resolution does not go far enough. Yet, I admire the respect and care that the council has taken to make it a meaningful and inclusive statement that will add Bloomington, Indiana, to the list of over 100 localities in the U.S. who stand firmly against this genocide. Lastly, I would add that if the connection between this resolution and local efforts for social and racial justice were not clear before this meeting, I hope they have become clear following the nature of the initial public comments that were offered against this resolution. I urge the council to pass this urgently needed statement calling for peace, justice, and safety for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please remember to sign in. Now to my left.
I would like to, is that possible, Shiku, before we?
Yes. Oh, you want me to go?
Yes.
Oops. Hello, my name is Margaret Steiner, and I would ask in the strongest terms that this resolution be passed. The situation in Gaza is ever more dire by the minute. there have been over 32,000 people in Palestine, in Gaza, that have been slaughtered. Hamas has seized hostages, and that should be condemned. But there's also been the indiscriminate bombing, destruction of homes and infrastructure, and the use of starvation as a weapon of war on the part of Israel. This war must stop. As a Jew, well, my Judaism teaches me that all life is sacred, and that I am taught to have solidarity and express solidarity with all peoples, including Palestinians. I therefore support the resolution that calls for an immediate and lasting ceasefire with release of all hostages and a robust response with regard to humanitarian aid. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take one moment again to express our appreciation for people being respectful, tolerating the rules of this forum, and it's greatly appreciated. So, to my right.
I want to look at you guys, each one of you, and I want to ask you to take a personal look into yourselves and think, what makes you qualified? What makes you eligible to make this this statement, this what is it called, resolution that has international matters? Did you wake up in the morning thinking, oh, I have such high morals, so high morals, better than the international court of law, higher than the federal government? You drink your cup of coffee and you read the newspaper about Congo and Sudan, where there are millions and millions of children and families being displaced, with so much more human suffering. But no, you can tolerate that. You tolerate this. But then when you go and you move into a section talking about the Jewish state, when Jews are defending themselves against bombings, even today, then you're thinking, oh, I cannot take this anymore. You wear your double standard glasses and you start writing a resolution to the federal government. And you make sure you put down the numbers, because maybe they don't know. And you make suggestions of things that they should care and do, because you know better. What makes you think that you are better than them, that you are more qualified? You're a representative of what? A small town, Bloomington? Look at what it does. Look at the room, at the separation that it causes. This is the only effect that it would really have, just a division among the population here in Bloomington.
Could you state your name, please? I'm sorry, we didn't get your name.
I'm Hadar.
Thank you. To my left.
My turn. This is Rashid Maidi. I am originally from Algeria. I was born in the war, grew up in the war, and I know what the war, but the war what made me a man of peace. I was an activist. This one, as you say, that's an old shirt, which is I'm saving, helped the apartheid state for South Africa. I had it and I kept it with me. And this one was for Palestine. And I did not have the one for Vietnam, and I was against it. I am against any aggression. And those I'm waiting for Palestine to get their state. They'll give this one to Palestine Museum, and this one is gonna go to South Africa Museum. And I am really, really sad about, we are discussing this about, ceasefire. The ceasefire that you guys are gonna pass is not gonna really stop the war, but what's gonna do is gonna make the history speak about us in Bloomington. It's history, because the whole world condemn Israel for what they are doing against innocent civilians, women and children. And the whole world, like United Nations did, the United Nations Human Rights condemn Israel for genocide. Now, anybody who is going to go against the international law, to me, he's an outlaw. The international law set after what happened in the Holocaust. And anybody, United States, anybody who will not going to obey by the international law, he is an outlaw. So are we outlaws here, or are we going to follow the world jury? The world jury that speak up, and as Kennedy said, as...
Mr. Mighty, your time is up. Thank you. To my right.
Good evening, council members. My name is Hamayatullah Sharani. I want to first thank all of you for sponsoring and proposing this call for a permanent or durable, lasting, whatever you want to call it, ceasefire and opening of humanitarian aid. I think it's extremely important because, again, Israel is currently on trial in The Hague for what is often regarded as the epitome of human evil. Such atrocities can never be justified, and it's our taxpayer dollars that are being used to fund this. So it is extremely important that we as Bloomingtonians make it clear that we were not willingly complicit in this. So I want to thank you for that. But because no proposals are ever perfect, I just want to make a few points of clarification from my perspective as a citizen. One, when it mentions Hamas killing 1,200 people, I just want to make it clear that, yes, the actions of Hamas on October 7th led to the killing of those things, but they were not all killed by Hamas. You mentioned of the 1,200, 700 were civilians, but some of those were killed by Israeli forces, and others by second and third waves that were not Hamas as well. So there's a lot of blurredness there, just for clarification. But from my perspective, more importantly, that October 7th can never be used for what Israel is doing. The complete decimation of society cannot be justified based on October 7th. That's the first thing. Secondly, October 7th did not start this. There were atrocities going on before by Israel repeatedly. Gaza has been put on an inhumane siege that has been suffocating the entire population, women and children, putting them on a diet, economic strangulation, and repeated attacks, much more atrocious. Operation Cast Lead, killing 1,400, hundreds of children. Operation Protective Edge, 2,200 killed, 1,500 children. And even when the Palestinians chose peaceful resistance in 2018, the Israelis were sniping them with live ammunition, thousands of children sniped. So I don't want to hear anyone say they don't target civilians, because that is exactly what they did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move to my left, and then we'll go and do 2 or 3 online speakers, I believe.
Thank you for composing this resolution. My name is Allison Strang, and a question is alive in my heart, which is what happens to a people who accept and aid and abet such brutality. I think it's something similar to what we heard with my brother that was looking for the beachfront property in Gaza. There's a superiority complex that happens when Israelis and settlers are given so much free reign to slaughter. And I just want to say that I am one voice, but I speak for many Bloomington residents and Indiana residents who don't have the opportunity of their city councils holding a resolution like we have. And that, my voice speaks for many, and I support everything David Couple said, and I encourage you to vote for the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, do we have anyone online?
Yes, next online is Michael Whitman.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Great. I have a little speech here I wanted to read. Just one moment. And I have 2 minutes, correct?
Yes.
2 minutes. Okay, great. A ceasefire resolution isn't far enough. It's virtue signaling. We must boycott those that are advocating for the genocide of men, women, and children in Gaza. It requires activism and action, not just a piece of paper. Boycott, sanction Israel. I keep hearing both sides talk about why they support or don't support a resolution for a ceasefire, but what I really hear is one side calling for the end of bloodshed of innocent children, and the other side is a bunch of Jewish supremacists crying that they're being exposed. Supremacy is wrong. I'll make that statement. Using violence against others that don't look like you or have your faith is wrong, but that's exactly what Israel is doing. We have government officials trying to ban the criticism of Jews and imprison those that work to expose their crimes. I'm supposed to feel bad and compassion for a group that the Bible said was of their father, the devil, and are the synagogue of Satan. I'm supposed to feel bad that these parasites are finally getting some karma. People need to wake up and realize Zionism is Judaism, Judaism is communism, and it's a religion of sickness and evil. Do I feel bad about October 7th? Not one bit. The Jews have been killing kids for decades and have enslaved the world with their demonic actions. If the people really came together, we could be free from Jewish control. Boycott Jewish businesses. Affecting their finances and educating others is the best thing that you can do to get these people out of your lives. Why does the ADL, a group that was founded in defending Leo Frank, a child rapist, get to work with the city governments to infringe on the people's rights to criticize Jews? You can learn more at gtuflyers.com. As a society, we're allowed to criticize everyone but one protected group. They cry out in pain as they strike you. Every aspect of the media is Jewish. Every aspect of the government is Jewish. Our wars are fought for Jewish interest. Our whole existence is on Jewish supremacy. The group has been expelled over 109 times throughout history. They lie about being persecuted. They lie about the Holocaust, and they continue to gaslight any opposition to demonic plans.
Next on Zoom is Aiden Kamis.
Hi, Council. Thank you. My name is Aiden Khamis. I'm the president of the Palestine Solidarity Committee at IU. And I just want to speak as a Palestinian because a lot of people are speaking, and there are not a lot of Palestinians here today. And I think especially need to be said those of those who hijack our movement and spew hatred in the name of our liberation, that we Palestinians stand for liberation in all means, and we demand an end to the bloodshed, that Israel is not guided because the Jewish people are somehow demonic, but it is guided by American imperialism. It is guided by settler colonialism. It is an illegitimate settler colonial state that has been colonizing since 1948. We stand for liberation for our people. We stand for full sovereignty of our own indigenous land. And I say this, and I want everyone in the room to hear this, because this is the most important thing I have to say. But Palestinian resistance is justified in every single means. Because when you're fighting on your annihilation, by any means, that is what you have to do. Would you condemn those in the Warsaw Ghetto who rose against the Nazis? Would you condemn those Haitian slaves who rose against their masters? No, we must stand by Palestinians through every means. We are standing by them. We're not standing for them. Because they are standing for themselves, we're standing together as a community, as a collective, who believe in a life free of settler colonialism, a life free of capitalism, a life free of land expropriation. And that's why I urge a ceasefire resolution. And further, a ceasefire resolution is just the start. We demand the full and utter freedom of the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people deserve more than just freedom from genocide. They deserve freedom from occupation, freedom from land theft. Our men are innocent as well. We will not let them be written off. Our women, our children, just as so. We demand a full and utter ceasefire, an end to the occupation, and Palestinian liberation. Thank you.
Mr. Lucas, I think we'll move back to a few more in the room. I mean, you said initially there were 11 online. There's obviously been more, but I think we need to respect the people that are here. To my right.
My name is Herbert Ferdig. It's very, very hard to hear these Nazis. I am a child of Holocaust survivors, and it's deeply upsetting that people would say, let's just pretend we don't hear it. There's been a lot of minimization of what Hamas does as well in this room. I find that deeply upsetting too. This resolution as written is calling for a reining in of Israel and allowing Hamas to return to the situation it had on October 6th and allow them to carry out as many October 7ths as they would like, and as they have publicly stated they are going to do. Hamas states in their charter, their founding charter, which they reaffirmed the principles of in 2017, Zionist organizations under various names and shapes, such as Freemasons, Rotary clubs, espionage groups, and others, are all nothing more than cells of subversion and saboteurs. These organizations have ample resources that enable them to play their role in societies for the purpose of achieving the Zionist targets and to deepen the concepts that would serve the enemy. And then they say they will obliterate these organizations. These are anti-Semitic tropes. They parallel exactly the kinds of the worldview that Hitler talked about in Mein Kampf long before he had any power. And if we ignore what Hamas is trying to do, and just because they're not as strong as Israel at this point, doesn't mean that one day they cannot carry out the annihilationist threats that they're making. A cessation of hostilities that leaves Hamas in place ultimately strengthens them. A resolution that's silent on removing their annihilation threats to Israelis helps Hamas ultimately to realize those threats. I cannot support this resolution.
Your comments to my left.
My name is Kalam Shaban. I have been resident of this community for 60 years. In the last meeting, Councilman Enderoff reminded us that the councils and a previous council did not manage only city, but responded to the concern and values of the community in supporting justice and peace and human rights. From the first term of Mayor McCloskey to the last term of Tommy Ellison, all supported city resolution. They supported to end the Vietnam War. They supported a nuclear weapon stop. They supported to stop the war in Iraq. And I hope Mayor Thompson is not going to break that tradition. Members of the City Council, as you ponder this resolution, as you have been said many times, remember the thousands of children and starving people at the verge of destruction. Believe me, by voting yes on this demand, you are also supporting the hundreds of thousands of Israelis last weekend standing in the street of Tel Aviv, asking Netanyahu for a new election. And we all hope that a new government comes that have a little concept of justice and peace to get along with its neighbor and to have a peace and justice for this country that has been, this Holy Land that has been tortured for many years.
Your time is up. Thank you. To my right.
David Zoni. I have lived as a proud Jew in Bloomington for 21 years, and the first time I've heard significant, strong statements of anti-Semitism were at this council meeting. And I hope the ugliness that this proposed resolution, the divisiveness it's evoked, will give the 9 of you significant pause. As somebody who is sympathetic to the people of Israel and is sympathetic to the people of Palestine and their national rights, I too favor a ceasefire. But I don't favor this ceasefire. I don't favor this proposed ceasefire because it seems to me it has a fatal flaw. And the fatal flaw is that it implicitly leaves in power Hamas. And Hamas unquestionably initiated this war. I don't think any serious observer questions that. Hamas staying in power will undermine the goals of this resolution. It will undermine at least 3 of them. One is humanitarian aid. Hamas has diverted hundreds of millions of dollars of international humanitarian aid for military purposes and to line the pockets of its leaders. Secondly, It will undermine the release of the hostages because Hamas has asked for a great deal more than a humanitarian ceasefire. It set 3 or 4 conditions beyond that. And finally, and most strikingly, it will undermine the goal of this resolution for a sustainable solution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Hamas doesn't stand for a resolution of the conflict. It stands for the exact opposite. In the words of its charter, it stands for the obliteration of the State of Israel. So, distinguished members of the Council who've worked so hard, I urge you to pass this resolution, but with an amendment about...
Speaker to my left, please.
My name is Anis Azzouni. I am Palestinian. I appreciate and support the efforts devoted by the City Council toward passing this resolution. This resolution will not bring back the tens of thousands of dead Palestinian civilians, millions displaced, children orphaned, population starved, and human rights violated. Your vote on this resolution, however, is a strong statement toward the prevention of further suffering. This resolution is a vote for securing humanitarian aid, protecting civilians, and hopefully initiating reconstruction of Gaza. This ceasefire can also act to motivate Palestinians and Israelis to seek avenues for permanent peace and coexistence broadly, but also locally here in Bloomington. A vote for this ceasefire is also a call to elevate the quality of dialogue on the Middle East conflict in Bloomington and Indiana, a sorely missing element, in my view, if we are to seek acceptance of the other and empathy for those wronged. The Middle East, particularly Palestine and Israel, is one location where more than 25 ethnic, national, religious, and linguistic groupings live and have coexisted for hundreds of years. No other place in the world is more of a candidate for equality and coexistence than that place.
Thank you. To my right.
Hi, my name is Eliza, and I want to start by saying I want a ceasefire. I want a better government in Israel. And I don't just want a ceasefire, but I want to see a long-standing peace in the region. And at the same time, I want the hostages back. Yeah, let's not forget about the 134 people, including babies, being held hostage. The female hostages who have returned are saying clearly that they have been raped and the hostages are being tortured and raped. I believe them. Wanting these two things are not contradicting each other. Returning the hostages will bring a ceasefire. Having said that and thinking globally, I'm acting locally, and I'm thinking about Bloomington, and I'm thinking about the safety of the Jewish community. I'm thinking about my friends that I'm here with today. I'm thinking about my children, my parents. I moved recently from Minnesota where they had a similar resolution. The kids in my kids' old high school cannot go to school. The Jews are being harassed. They're being injured. A few of them have had to drop out of school in their senior year and finish at home. The resolution has potential to open up a can of worms, and the people who have absolutely no idea where Gaza is, what started the war, any history whatsoever, to have an excuse to harass and inflict violence on Jews. We have heard a small bit of it in this room today. And if and when that happens here in Bloomington, the council is also going to have to answer for that. We're going to have to take responsibility. There are so many wars in other parts of the world that the council has not brought to present a similar resolution. I understand that the United States is not funding them. We haven't heard a word about Russia invading the Ukraine. I'm asking for the safety of the Jewish community.
To my left.
My name is Sharon Wainschelbaum. First of all, one of the justifications for this resolution is that the U.S. gives arms to Israel and not to the Palestinians. This is categorically not true. In 2023, the U.S. gave $15.7 million to UNRWA. And as you mentioned, UNRWA people are embedded in Hamas, so we absolutely do give funds to Hamas, and that which they use for weapons. In case you're unaware, Hamas has been firing rockets into Israel for the past 20 years and continues to do that now, even during the war. This resolution is incomplete and biased. As you know, the word ceasefire or cessation of hostilities has anti-Semitism baked into it. The resolution does not condemn or call for the disarming of Hamas. The Hamas rapist regime respects the human rights of no one, not even fellow Palestinians. If you fail to condemn Hamas, you lose the right to call yourself a human rights advocate. Full stop, no excuses. Imagine if on October 8th, 2023, the United Nations Security Council voted unanimously to condemn Hamas for war crimes, demanded the immediate return of all hostages, and ordered Qatar to extradite the Hamas leadership to the International Criminal Court in The Hague, where they could have been tried for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Had that occurred, think of how many people in Gaza and Israel would be alive today. Then ask yourself why that didn't happen.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, could we go to one online commenter? And then I'd like to point out we are at the 10-minute warning, basically. Is there someone ready to go online, Stephen?
Yes, Lilia Wolf.
Hi there. My name's Lilia. I am a Jewish student at IU and a resident of Bloomington. I just wanted to speak for a moment on the, I guess, colonization, if you will, of our movement for Palestine, for a ceasefire and for a lasting ceasefire and liberation for Palestine by these disgusting anti-Semitic neo-Nazis. I mean, I can speak as a Jewish person. Obviously, this has an effect on me personally, but more so, I would urge the council to understand that this is not what our movement is. Our movement is a diverse movement filled with Black and brown people with a strong Jewish presence. And these disgusting racists are really just co-opting what we are here for, which is a lasting peace and liberation and a support for all Palestinians and their fight for freedom. So yeah, thank you very much. I concede my time.
Thank you. We'll come back to the room. I believe we'll move to my right.
Good late evening. My name is Daniel Siegel. I'm a 65-year-old Jew. I grew up in New York City in the wake of the Holocaust. I had neighbors with their numbers from the camp burned into their arm. I'm here representing Jewish Voice for Peace, Indiana, and I want to thank the council for this resolution and encourage you to pass it. I want to simply convey 2 lessons of love that I experienced in Palestine. In 2018, I was welcomed at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. I was part of a faculty delegation, and the head of the Mosque Association made a point of coming up to us, the 3 of us in the faculty delegation who were Jewish, to assure us as Jews we were welcome there, we were welcome to worship there with them. But they did not welcome Zionists because Zionists were settler colonialists who disrespected their lives and rights. 5 years later, I was back, and I was in a home. Palestinian parents were sharing the nightly meal with me. Their children were playing around us, and they explained to me how they explained the denial of their freedom by the Israeli state as they walked through checkpoints as they had to because they live under occupation. They said to their children, it's the colonists, it's the Zionists. They never said a word about Jews. I have been in the Palestinian solidarity movement for 20 years. I've never experienced any anti-Semitism. The anti of the Palestinian liberation movement is anti-colonialism. It is against settler colonialism, and we need a ceasefire to stop a settler colonial state from committing a genocide. In the 1 second I have left, the genocide is continuing.
To my left.
My name is Anne Kavalerchik. I've been a graduate student at IU since 2019. I want to speak also as a Jewish student, as a Jewish person who's a member of the Jewish Voice for Peace, who's been a part of the multicultural, multi-organizational, multiracial, multi-ethnic group of people that have come together to support this resolution. I have never felt so supported. I have never felt so protected and so full of solidarity as I have been in the past several weeks of standing with my Palestinian brothers and sisters, my Muslim brothers and sisters, with people of all races and creeds working on this together. And it is so clear that the appropriation of this project by the neo-Nazis that are coming in is deeply disappointing. And I really urge everyone here to not just to ignore that noise, but if you fully stand behind the mayor and several of you have decried these neo-Nazis that have come into our community today, then we must take the biggest lesson from the Holocaust and we must take it earnestly, and that lesson is never again for anyone, anywhere, for any person, never again to dehumanization, to colonization, anything. I really urge you to listen to the fact that 2,000 Bloomington residents have signed on to this, that many organizations of many faiths, of many backgrounds, of many creeds, students who are here, people who have lived here in Bloomington for years, for decades, have come together for this resolution. It is not divisive. It is bringing the community together for the joint project, for the most important project that we have, which was to oppose genocide anywhere it can ever happen. I really urge you to not listen to the if you want to demonstrate with your actions that hate has no home here in Bloomington, send a message to the world that Bloomington supports a ceasefire in Gaza and an end to the violence and the genocide there. It has no point. We must end it. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. To my right. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anna Green, District 3. I want to begin by thanking Council members Piedmont Smith and Rollo for sponsoring this resolution. I know this has taken a tremendous amount of your time and energy, and I want to clearly express my profound gratitude for this work. I urge all council members to adopt and pass this resolution. I also want to add a point of education. For those who repeat the claim that the Israeli military's current aggression is merely a natural response to the recent events of October 7th. I want to remind this council and Bloomington citizens that the Israeli military has been for many, many years killing innocent Palestinians with impunity. Claiming rights to this brutality because of October 7th is disingenuous and manipulative. I want to read you some headlines from a variety of credible news outlets ranging from the year 2004, before Hamas came into power, through 2024, before the October 7th events. Fatal shootings of unarmed Palestinians raise concerns about Israeli use of force, 2013. Israeli soldiers shoot and kill fleeing civilians, 2014. Massacre in Gaza, Israeli forces open fire on Palestinians, killing 18, wounding as many as 1,700, 2018. Israeli forces in Gaza open fire into crowd of unarmed Palestinian protesters, 2008. Israeli forces kill unarmed autistic Palestinian.
I'm sorry, but your time is up. Thank you. To my left.
Hello, I am Beverly Stolce. I am the leader of a group known as Citizens for a Just Peace in Palestine and Israel. We are a Bloomington group of approximately 70 people. Quite a number of the speakers tonight are members of our group. We have been working over the last 7 to 8 years to try to disseminate correct information about what is happening in Palestine and Israel. I want to thank you especially for the work that you have put in. I know that it has been prodigious. It probably was not on your schedule for what you had in mind to do with yourself this past month. And I really, really seriously appreciate it. And I know that all of us in this room appreciate it, and all of us in the community will, including the 2,000 who have signed the petition for a ceasefire. I want to emphasize also the kind of information that Anna Green has just presented, as have many others, that while we can very easily debate with each other what is the history, what is the cause of this situation, the fact is it is a long time in history, but it was the case in 1948 that Palestinians were driven out of their homes. What is Israel today? The Palestinians occupied. But as Anis Azuni just finished saying, there were many, many other people there, Muslims, Christians, Jews, and other groups as well, who have occupied this area, the area that is Israel and the West Bank and Gaza today. It's been occupied for centuries. And if you look at your history, or if you read the Old Testament or the New Testament, you're going to find the same thing. So unfortunately, this has developed, particularly because of the U.S. support, it has developed into a very divisive situation. Thank you. I appreciate your work.
We're at a point where council members need to make a decision because we are at 11:40. It's 11:40 right now. So what's the pleasure of my colleagues?
I'll make a motion. So I would like to move that we move to final council comment and limit council members' time to 2 minutes, and anyone who wants to give time to someone else may.
Sorry, I didn't hear. I wasn't able to hear the motion.
It is that we move to council comment and limit council comment to 2 minutes like we did for public comment. And if anyone would like to give their comment to someone else, they can. I mean, their time.
So give their time to a member of the public?
Another council member, just because, you know.
Not a member of the public. I thought
No, just another council member for a final comment. So 2 minutes each. That's my motion, and Councilmember Zulik seconded that.
It's been seconded? So do we just, all in favor, do we do a voice vote on this, or can we?
So if council members have a comment, then we can comment on it, though in the interest of time, maybe we just want to vote on it. Does anybody have a comment?
Well, I'd like to make a comment. We're going to get down to where we don't have that many speakers left, it appears to me, and my preference would be to continue to allow speakers, so I'm opposed to the motion.
I should note, placing a limit on council debate takes a 2/3 vote of all the members. So just be aware of that.
Sorry, once more, Mr. Lucas.
The motion to limit council debate takes a 2/3 vote of council.
So this motion, for it to pass, 6 of us need to vote yes.
Oh, Councilman Rallo.
Yes, I would ask my colleague, Councilmember Rosenberger, to perhaps reconsider on the basis of what Councilmember Ruff said. We only have 7 speakers left standing. We could finish and then limit council comment. I'd be happy to limit my comment to 1 minute.
Point of information, we have 10 hands raised at the moment on Zoom.
10 hands?
Yes.
Yep.
I think the preference for me, and I think Councilmember Rallo agrees, goes to the people in the room.
that that's fair to people on Zoom. I think that that's presuming that people are on Zoom because they could otherwise be in the room. And I think that we have to consider anybody who might have mobility or other issues that, or transportation or any issues that would prevent them from coming in here. And so I don't think that we should be biased toward people in chambers simply because they managed to have the privilege to be here this evening. So I'm more in line with Council Rosenberger's motion right now than continuing public comment.
Any other comments from council members? Because we have a motion that's on the floor and been seconded, right? Yes. So, so I would, in light of
One quick comment. I mean, I think that in respect to the people who've been here literally all night, and then we have spent 20 minutes discussing whether or not we want to discuss more, I kind of feel like what Councilmember Ruff said is fair to the people in the room.
any other comments? So we'll move to a voice vote on, a roll call vote on the motion to halt public comment, limit all council members to 2 minutes, and then a final vote. So will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Rallo?
No.
Ruff?
No.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Sari?
No.
Rosenberger?
Yes.
Daly?
No.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Was that a 5-4 vote? Failed to get 2/3?
Failed to get 2/3, so it failed.
Okay, Councilmember Rallo, make your motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we allow the 10 plus 7 here to speak for 1 minute, and then go to council comment, limited to 1 minute each.
Second.
Just point of information, I would suggest allowing for the same amount of time given to all the other speakers, just to be fair.
You want to withdraw your motion?
No, we said 1 minute per speaker instead of 2.
So you withdraw your motion? Make it 2.
I'll make it 2 for the public, 1 minute for council.
Second.
Can,
Clear on what you're actually asking for?
Yes, that we would continue with the people online who have raised hands and present in the room, which I total 17, as I've been told, 2 minutes each, and then returning to council for 1 minute comment each.
It's been moved and seconded, and that's open for debate or discussion?
yeah, I would like to split that question up with public comment and council member debate separately. I feel like those are 2 different issues.
So we get some guidance on that. We have a motion on the table. It's been seconded, and now Councilmember Strasburg has wanted to divide the question into 2 parts.
How would you like to divide the question?
I want to keep the council member comments separately, the council member comment portion of that vote separate from the public comment portion of that vote. So then we would be voting separately on, the first question would be allowing the 17 people left to make public comment for 2 minutes, and then a second question.
So you can make that motion to divide the question. That motion requires a majority vote to pass.
Oh, good Lord. Okay. I think I made that motion, but I don't know if anybody said, okay.
It's been moved and seconded. So will the clerk please call the roll on dividing the question?
Can we request a voice vote, please, on dividing the question?
Just a voice vote. All in favor of dividing the question into 2 parts, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now where are we?
Call the question, or Councilmember Flaherty has a comment on the
Councilmember
original
Flaherty?
motion.
regarding public comment. As I stated several hours ago, and several of my colleagues did, I don't think it's reasonable for us to go past midnight. We had a whole debate about this, passed an ordinance. I will be calling to adjourn. Well, I'll make a motion to recess at 11:58 for a future date and/or adjourn at 11:59. Just FYI, as I stated earlier.
Point of order. I have a question for our council attorney. If we do postpone this, that would essentially reset the clock for any of the public to re-engage and make public comment at the future meeting. Is that correct?
I think that's an option. I think another option is to postpone tonight's deliberations to another meeting and specify that you'll resume the deliberations at the point that they were ended tonight. So if you'd like to make that motion, that's possible as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Strasburg.
That is actually something that I was thinking about earlier. I would like to get through at least public comment tonight. As I said, I don't really want to leave the community hanging with this issue, but I also have concerns about trying to rush council through this, and clearly we have a motion and a second for adjournment at 11:59, and we need to respect that. So I don't know if we could reach a compromise with the folks who would want to adjourn at 11:59 to get through these 34 more minutes of public comment and then postpone the question till next week that then that picks up at council member comments and just includes that portion of the evening. I don't know if that would be amenable to anybody else. And I don't know if we can talk about that right now because we're in the middle of another motion.
So again, the motion, go ahead, Councilmember Zulik, you want to add something?
I think I would be remiss if I didn't say, just in favor of not re-traumatizing every person in this room, I would like to put this to bed tonight.
The motion on the table is we divided the question into allowing 2 more minutes for speakers, and then we'll vote on that, and then limiting council member comment to 1 minute, correct?
Yeah, that's in 2 questions. So we have to first do the public comment and then do the council member.
Okay, but let me ask, so what happens when 11:59 comes?
Somebody can literally motion to adjourn and somebody can second, and then we all have to go home.
Okay, so the motion on the table to resume public comment for 2 minutes per speaker, it's been seconded. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you down there.
This meeting is going to end at 11:59, and I think we need to prepare for that. I mean, our meeting started at 6:30, and we don't have parameters in place to shorten anything else ahead of this, and so the whole night has been leading up to this when we knew it was going to happen. So we need to plan ahead better, and this is just what we have to do tonight, and we have to say that we have all been here tonight, and it's very hard to stay another hour. It's also hard to come back, but like we set this rule for this very reason last term, and like I will be seconding Flaherty's motion.
But we're voting right now on allowing public comment to continue for 2 minutes apiece. So is that going to be a voice vote, or you have Councilmember Piedmont-Smith?
Well, I was just going to say, we don't have to do this now. I mean, it takes 2 council members to end the meeting, so it's the choice of those 2 council members. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes. Yes. So do we need a roll call, or can we do a voice vote on the roll call? Roll call on allowing public comment to continue for 2 minutes apiece. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Okay. Sorry about that. Councilmember Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont-Smith?
No.
Strasburg?
No.
Masari?
No.
Rosenbarger?
No.
Daly?
Yes.
Flaherty?
No.
Zulik?
No.
Rallo?
Yes.
So the motion fails. And shall we vote on moving to council member comment with 1 minute each? Is that the next half of what we have to do? Yes. So would the clerk please call the roll on going to council member comment with one minute, limited to 1 minute per council member?
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Strasburg.
Yes.
Vasari.
No.
Rosenberger.
Yes.
Daly.
Yes.
Flaherty.
Yes.
Zulik.
Yes.
Rallo.
Yes.
Ruff.
No. Motion passes 7-2, I believe. So at this point, we'll move to council member final comment. Starting with Councilmember Flaherty.
First, thank you. Thank you very much to the residents who have engaged us on this topic. I'm truly sorry we do not have more time for public comment this evening. Please feel free to reach out to me personally at my email. If you want to share comments, I know that might not feel like a great outcome right now. Second, I am saddened and deeply disturbed by the hate speech that we all heard multiple times this evening. I strongly condemn those views and that language. Third, thank you to my colleagues for their extensive efforts to engage this topic earnestly with their constituents in bringing this forward, as they felt morally compelled to do, sharing that earlier this evening. We'll be voting yes on the resolution. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenberger.
I would like to second Councilmember Flaherty's comments, and I would cede my time to Councilmember Azari, who needs a little bit more.
Councilmember Strasburg.
I think that I want to use this little bit of time I have right now to just say that the hate speech and the anti-Semitism that we heard tonight was just disgusting. And I'm really sorry that people had to hear it. I'm really sorry that people hold those thoughts. And I do believe in free speech, and they have the right to say them, even though it's horrible to hear. And I despise the thought that anybody might be leaving tonight and feeling unsafe in this town, and that is just wholly unacceptable to me. And I just don't think that that's okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Zulik.
I'm the only Jewish council member here. I will be supporting the ceasefire resolution, and I will publish a press release with my full thoughts on this. I do want to take my time to acknowledge the hate speech that was said, mostly over Zoom tonight. I love the accessibility that Zoom offers to residents that are unable to make an appearance before us here at City Hall. But in the case of white supremacy, anti-Jewishness, anti-Palestinian comments, it's really easy to spew that kind of rhetoric without looking any of us in the eye and without any of us being able to see your face. And to all the people at home who are willing to say that, your cowardice is noted.
Other councilmember comment? Councilmember Daly?
I second everything that was just said. I'm horrified and hurt and just beyond disappointed with everything that happened here tonight with all the hate speech. And I condemn it in the strongest possible way. And please know that I will never stand for that. I have had deep reservations about us weighing in on the ceasefire issue. We're not foreign policy experts up here, of course. But at the end of the day, I stand for peace. And I cannot vote against offering humanitarian assistance to innocent civilians. And so if that is put before me and I have to vote on that, I'm going to have to support it. And I have much deeper thoughts on this issue, but there's not a lot of time, so I'll be happy to talk to anybody.
Thank you. Other council comments? Councilmember Sari.
It's sad and I think maybe frustrating to end what's been a very long process with rushed comments and not to be able to hear the thoughts of everybody in the room and online. But I think one thing that's been clearly illustrated is that this isn't the adequate forum for us to be having constructive conversations that get to the best outcomes. I think that realistically, we are at a suboptimal outcome, and I wish that we could have engaged a little bit more to figure out how we might get to a better outcome, one that was built more holistically on what we might say consensus. So we even had dissenting voices who suggested, additions and then asked us to pass it. And I, wish that we had an opening to do that. But with that being said, I think that the work that my colleagues have done, has been as thorough as possible. I think that the presentation presented here is very clear that this is about humanitarian aid. And that I was given another minute. That this was about humanitarian aid, and so I'll be supporting it.
Other council member comments? Councilman Rallo?
Yes, I'm glad that we're unified in condemning hate speech. I find it very morally repugnant. We brought this forward because of the risk to innocent people. We condemn the killing of innocent people. Oxfam, 40% of those innocents are children who have been killed. Why is this, I think, an emergency? Oxfam says this is the worst crisis, humanitarian crisis they have seen. Hundreds of thousands are facing imminent starvation. So I urge my colleagues to support it. Thanks.
Any other comments? I'll make a quick one. Everybody condemns, and as they should, the awful, the disgusting hate speech that was made tonight. But what I want to emphasize or point to is that people didn't take the bait. People in here didn't take the bait, and that's great. So with that, we're going to call the question.
Councilmember Strasburg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Neely?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Resolution passes unanimously 9-0. Are you going to take back over?
Adjourn? Okay. We are adjourned. Thank you.